Hello, everybody. Right now, I have the live game at Villanova UConn. But
you can just tell. We talked about it yesterday.
Right now, it looks like Paige Beckers is just in the Big East tournament.
Becky Weber dials it up from downtown. Beckers comes right back at you. She has that look in her eye.
Right now, it looks like Paige Beckers is just in an individual workout, running up and down. She's got free reign. Villanova has to send her some more attention in transition.
You can just tell. We talked about it yesterday. That number 5 has that mission on her mind to find out. She'll have 2 free throws after our first timeout. Well, she went into the Huskies of Honor last Sunday. Paige Beckers and Connecticut starting sharp in the semifinals.
okay, we got Texas, South Carolina. Texas is number 1 in the country, but South Carolina is favored. So we'll see if Madison Booker can live up to some of her hype, right?
And then it came down to Greg Sankey and a coin flip to see who would be the top seed in this tournament. It is South Carolina as we welcome you courtside. Hey everybody, Ryan Rucco alongside the Hall of Fame.
Ryan Rucco and Rebecca Lobo are the announcers. Looks like the ESPN has this game, but CBS has the UCLA USC game.
Has been absolutely stellar in her play in this tournament. She has pushed all of the right buttons. She is so quick and electric in the open floor, can get to her spots, find her shots, draws so much defensive attention, and when she does, she is able to find open teammates for easy looks. She's been getting on the offensive glass. She's been getting it done defensively, has stepped out, hit a couple threes in this SEC championship as well. She's going to be so important in this.
South Carolina seeking a 3rd straight SEC title in this game for the 10th time in the last 11 seasons. Meanwhile, for Texas,
all right, 8.
What a performance.
Who's out there? A couple people out there. Say hello.
All season long. Yesterday, she sees her big draw a bunch of attention, and if she is left this wide open, she is going to drain from deep. She is over 40% on the season from 3-point range. Her bread and butter is getting to the mid-range, off the bounce, shedding defenders, elevating and scoring. One of the best players, best sophomores in the country.
The Texas Longhorns have won 15 in a row since that January 12th loss from South Carolina. Let's send things over to another Hall of Famer now. Here is Holly Rowe.
Dr. Stanley says one of the most important keys to this game for the Gamecocks is containing the post presence of the Texas Longhorns. They have struggled to find a good matchup for Kyla Oldacre. She has been phenomenal in 2 games, 16 offensive rebounds combined in those 2 games. And in the 4th quarter of the last loss for the Gamecocks in Austin, they just did not have an answer for Oldacre. She's got fancy footwork. Her 6'10" wingspan allows her to rebound out of her area. And because so many of the bigs for South Carolina were in foul trouble, they just could not contain her. John Stanley's been using more posts here in this tournament. Miriam Dowda, Sanaya Fagan.
All right, so you guys picking South Carolina?
Thank you very much. Wow. In this building with South Carolina fans as we take a look at the starting lineups for Texas. Rory Harmon, Shea Holly, Madison Booker, Jackalenga, Mwanatanga, and Taylor Jones for South Carolina. Tahina Balboa, Raymond Johnson, Bree Hall, Chloe Pitts, and Sanaya.
Hello, everybody. Who's out there? Let me know. I got to turn this down a little. This is South Carolina at
The 5th time in the SEC championship game. Gone 4-0 in those matchups. Those matchups
all right. Haven't seen Texas play a lot, so we'll see how they do against South Carolina. Notre Dame lost. I wonder where they're going to drop to in the rankings.
On this Sunday in this conference, you do it in August, September, and October with your work. They said, hey,
say hello out there.
For someone to win, you might just have to come across 14 having a bad day. Because otherwise, the game may never end. That's how good these two teams are. A sold-out crowd of 15,000 in Greenville, South Carolina. The Shakers saying, look, this is a road game for us. About 2 hours away from Columbia. Hicks and Jones to jump it up, and the SEC championship game is underway.
All right, here we go.
You see Texas starting out and their pressure man-to-man defense will keep South Carolina. Don't let that disrupt their flow offensively.
Exploder is yours.
Multiple players touching the basketball. Philly Kicks and Iafake both have been so good throughout the course of this SEC tournament. Scoring and with the efficiency with which they're playing.
It's shooting 84% in the tournament. Playing in the 70s. There's Booker. Off to Holly. Her jumper won't go. Rebound knocked out of bounds, and it stays here with Texas.
Something to keep your eye on in terms of matchups at this end of the floor. Bree Hall defending Madison Booker. Bree Hall is one of the elite defenders, not only in the SEC, but in the country. And of course, Madison Booker is certainly one of the elite offensive players.
And you can see the way Hall sticking on Booker on the inbound. Here's Tonda off to Harmon. Had 3 big field goals in the fourth last night. Short on that one, and Bacon secures it for South Carolina. Here's Malcolm. Led the nation in three-point shooting a season ago. This year, driving it more. Now spins and finishes.
How really handled the hard edge well. Effort dribble, able to get penetration into the paint for a nice little finish.
Marcel talked about how long the pressure of Texas to speed them up offensively so far. South Carolina's handled it really well. Here's Harmon again in the mid-range. That one is off. Jones saving it right to foul. A foul in South Carolina. With control and an early 4-0 lead. Foul behind the back. Staying in. Bringing up the deck to the corner. Now cross court. Thought about the 3. 8 to shoot. Now. Back covered it off. And a long rebound.
That was a beautiful possession by South Carolina. Every player on the floor touched it. They reversed sides multiple times.
Jones off the double. Booker the crossover. He ain't the jumper. And this secures the strong side rebound. Hicks gives it up. Fagan. A great interior pass.
How you doing? Who's out there? Vonda, what's going on? Vonda. And Robert. Texas hasn't scored yet.
How navigates it beautifully, uses patience and the spin to finish inside. Brian, it's worth remembering. Texas had a great game yesterday, but they did not get out of here until probably around 10 o'clock last night. And you wonder if any of that fatigue will be evident, not only late in this game, but even maybe early.
Fatigue is always a thing in these tournaments, the conference championships, because they have to play three days in a row.
All right, Holly, thank you very much. Booker dumps it down, and it's not going to bounce. Stays here with Texas. One of the things that Big Shaver talked to us about as well was the importance of getting some shots early in order to get his team to defend. You hear that ovation? That's Malaysia for Wiley checking in. It's the SEC tournament MVP a season ago. And has a good chance to win again here.
Wow. Nice play. Bad pass, too, I guess. We could do one like Angel Reese at the backboard yesterday. Or at the, I guess, the back of the room. Backboard of the room. Wow, Texas finally scored. Oh, Duke won? I didn't look at the score. I know I was watching the Connecticut game for a few minutes. So I missed that play. Is that fall line? Fall Wiley's a talent. I just wish you get more playing time. Duke won, huh? So Duke's going to go up in the rankings, obviously. Notre Dame's going to drop. They lost too many games recently. I don't know if I can watch the USC game. The way the refs fawn over, Juju was nauseating, and then she gets all the calls in the fourth quarter. So we'll see. CBS, UCLA, USC, CBS, I believe. First half against South Carolina. Texas is winning in February. Standing first step, great pass for Wiley. Sharpo's choice. Edwards can't take it in. Rebound fading underneath. Can't finish it. Knocked around. But he tried to come away with it. And held ball. Possession now belongs for Texas. I'll switch over to USC UCLA game at some point. It starts after this one. Was it 4:30? I think. Oh. 2-point game midway through the first with the SEC title on the line. Yeah, let me just see that. CBS Paramount, it says. 4:30 East Coast time. So an hour and a half after this game. Duke crushed North Carolina State by 14. Wow. Did you guys watch? Anyone watch that game? I didn't watch it. It's too many games to watch. Let's see. I watched the beginning of the UConn game.
Problem is, they got these 3 good guards, Zoe Brooks, Zaya James, and Sanaya Rivers, but they're inconsistent shooters. Especially Sanaya Rivers doesn't shoot a good percentage. Let me see what Zoe Brooks shoots.
Ever since they got DirecTV, they don't miss a game. Not the opening pitch.
Yeah, she shoots 29% from threes, but 46% overall.
Baseball season in America, baby. You know those
Sanaya Rivers for a career.
Baseball game too.
Texas is paying the price. Now Texas is TurboTax.
Her career, she shot.
Switch to an expert. Now this is Texas. Insert TurboTax.
Oh, let's see. She's shooting 41.6%, 25.6 from threes. That's Sanaya Rivers. I don't know how you're going to make it in the WNBA shooting like that. I know she's a good defender. And in her career, she's shooting 22% from threes and 39.3%.
There's protein in here? Grab a deliciously chewy Nature Valley protein bar with 10 grams of protein.
Zaya James at least can shoot better, but she's streaking too. She is 45% this year and 33% from threes, but for career only 43% and 32.7 for threes. I don't know. So we'll see. All right, you guys think who do you think's going to win this game? South Carolina with their depth. I wonder how far Notre Dame's going to drop. Because they were 6th and they lost. Of course, North Carolina State just lost to the same team, so.
South Carolina projected to be a 1 seed in the NCAA tournament, according to our Charlie Plain. So too is Texas. The others, UFC and UCLA. Charlie feels that is set, but where you fall in those 1 seeds could be determined by who wins these title games today. And Booker gets a good look, could finish it. When Tonga to the foot, taken by the freshman Edwards. Here's Raven Johnson for
Raven Johnson hit a basket.
These teams met the first time this year in Columbia. As the Booker struggled in that game, she had 7 points on 3 of 19 from the field. She's so important for Texas in terms of her efficiency.
last night she was their source of offense. A real struggle for both teams to score. In their second-time matchup with LSU. Here's Edwards. Throws it away. Holly the steal. Here comes Booker. Running it down the floor. Harvey bounces in. Jumps around. Getting able to reverse it home. South Carolina on the travel. Taylor Jones. Has gotten a couple good looks in the early go. You know what that was? Nice English. Did we get to the bottom of it? Well, Wiley leaves it short. Rebound Holly to Texas.
It's Williams, right? It comes from Williams. I don't know why it's the origin there, but
I think it's an Englishman who came over, played some Williams with a certain amount of spin, but they called it English. Putting English up.
because he was an Englishman.
That was one thing I read. You know, I've heard the internet tend to see those things.
High scoring game, 8-6, huh?
3:31 to go in the first. 8-6, South Carolina leads Texas. Booker, loaded by Tessa Johnson and off the bench. Justice Carlton in for Texas. Holly was open in the corner. Carlton travels. And Texas turns it over. Hey, coming up next, we finish up Championship Sunday with Baylor against TCU. And the Phillips 66 Big 12 title on the line.
Those two teams met just a week ago for the regular season title. TCU was able to win that one in a close game.
3 turnovers now for Texas in this first quarter. Low scoring trade. Johnson backs away. O'Reilly shimmies, ditches. Foul out to Edwards. Her jumper. No. And Cooper secures it for Texas.
That was a lovely rebound by Max Booker.
With Booker. Elevates. Drops it short. Over quarter star for Wiley. Dashing. And knocked away by Harmon. Interesting decision there by Shea Howie. She maybe had a chance to grab that basketball, let it go out of bounds, but it was Harmon who had hit it last.
Great hands there by Harmon.
Or maybe Harmon had hit it last. It's a Johnson, great look. And finishes.
This South Carolina team is very unselfish and willing to make the moves, capable of doing so, making great decisions.
In tight spaces as well.
Yes.
Holly will fire. Can't get, was over 8 last night. Edwards gets it ahead. Here's Pow Pow on the open floor. Texas gets back defensively. Johnson around the hedge. Pull up. Around it off. Hands in the lap of Taylor Jones. South Carolina 5 for 13. Texas 3 for 13. And a whistle here against South Carolina. Not many whistles in this first as Kyla Oldacre will check in for Texas. Send things over to Holly Rowe.
Well, as you mentioned, Madison Booker was 3 of 19 in the first meeting. She started out today 0-4. But I talked to her about how she processed that performance and how she can move on from it. She said, it happened, but I didn't get in my head about it. Coach told me I just got to keep my eyes on the next play and realize your shot's affected and not going in. You have to do other things. Steals, rebounds, create for your teammates. So it's interesting that now she's starting out 0-4 right now. Want to see what else she's doing to not get in her head today.
And one of the things she can do well, you see Oldacre having an immediate impact coming into the game that Booker has done well, even in games where she hasn't been able to shoot efficiently. She's found a way to get fouled, get to the free throw line, manufacture points there.
Now here on Shea Holly will send Tessa Johnson to the line. Oh, are they going to check who they call that?
I scored 18 points so far.
So it'll be the first. The freshman, Jordan Lee. So to your point, Rebecca, that last meeting against South Carolina, Madison Booker drew 8 fouls in that game. Had a big bounce back performance with 20 points, 11 rebounds in Texas's win. And it's Tessa Johnson, 6 the first free throw. Triple flip.
So
Nicely done. Johnson is close. 4 points, South Carolina lead. 1:20 to go in the first quarter, the SEC Championship game. Here's Lee. Looking for Booker. Picked up a dribble, needs it up, kicks it away. O'Reilly. Through traffic, elevates, can't flip it in. Gets the rebound, David jumper, and out. The box out from Lee allows Texas the rebound. South Carolina's had some real good looks to try to extend their lead. Harmon short.
That's what she can be really good, especially when she gets a couple rhythm dribbles into her mid-range jumper.
He did have a field goal entering the fourth quarter last night. They hit 3 mid-range jumpers. down LSU. A 13-second difference. Game of shot clock. Harden bats it away. Alpine flags it down. 7 to shoot. Alpine setting away kicks. 3 to shoot. Alpine voice. Booker the rebound. Big Schaefer yelling, hold for one here, hold for one. Booker, 40 seconds left in the corner. Booker behind the back. Turns it over.
Yeah.
For the first, South Carolina. The 2-point lead after one.
Papa kickball last call.
That was not a pretty first quarter.
She's on that, and you have 47 emails to prove it. But her capacity to care is unmatched. You need Patty.
Oh, well.
It's a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you help Patty with a retirement benefits plan that's right for her. Let our expertise round out yours.
We're here at Blackberry Friday, where everyone wants the unique taste of the Dr. Pepper Blackberry. Oh, Dr. Pepper! The sweet blackberry flavor. If you want sparkling, take that effort too. Attention, shoppers. Hurry up. It's delicious. Thanks for coming. Have a wonderful day. Hurry and try new Dr. Pepper Blackberry. It's a pepper thing.
It's the dawn of your era in the SEC, and it's a whole new ballgame. We're bringing more to every practice, every creeping, every time we sing it, swing it, and swing it. Past anybody, nobody brings it like we do in the SEC. More than ever, it just means more.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes them whole day and giving their best friends the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that. Have you had your Hershey's?
Who you guys picking for the UCLA USC game?
It's better, so you can use less. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus Burger King. You get 25% off your order every day, which means you can have it your way. His way is not recommended. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Attention shoppers, want to spend less? Go to Aldi. They're number one in everyday low prices. ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by USAA, proudly serving the military community and their families. Moments ago, Holly Rowe with Texas head coach Big Schaefer.
Talk about the importance of keeping your composure in this game. It's a crowd of a lot of Gamecock fans. How do you think your kids in the first quarter?
It's a record, Holly. It just goes with the territory playing in the SEC tournament. But I'm proud of our kids, you know. We wanted to get through the first 5 minutes. After that, it's small games. We got all the emotion and everything.
This coach always under control. Hey, Robert, from Australia. You just started watching basketball last year? Wow. I started in 1969. Yeah, I picked UCLA the last couple times. It's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row. I'm afraid that if the game is close, Juju Watkins is going to get all the foul calls during that down the stretch. It's going to be tough to beat USC in a close game for the rest of Juju Watkins' career. She's got the best whistle I've ever seen in my life.
Over 7 over the last 2 quarters. Holly, way out on the 3 in the rebound. The bucket last to Booker. Carolina certainly thought so. Let's see. Did he get the ball or did he get Booker?
as a Booker, especially in this matchup. Remember that South Carolina has multiple very good defenders with length. And of course, Green Hall is guarding her now, and Tessa Johnson, both are 6 feet long, length, make life hard for whoever they're guarding.
We saw what a wonderful job Green Hall did on the bounce of the first meeting back in January between these teams. To the clock at 1, Harmon's 3 off the mark and faking the rebound. Texas has hit just 1-3 this season in their matchups against South Carolina combined. It's great position. With feet to the foul. What a delivery from Fagan.
Lee was working hard to try to get around the front side, and Chloe Kitts held the seal, and that's what you do when you're in the post. Ducks in, puts her arms up, Fagan delivers beautifully, and how about Kitts? Gets hit in the face, keeps the confidence there, and what do you do when your teammate passes you basketball versus right?
The more people say love. Sanaya Fagan is such an outstanding passer in that position. Another low passing game of South Carolina, terrific. Roberts' lead thus far is 5 for the Gamecocks. There's Brooker surrounded by Gamecocks.
And they're going to continually be able to surround her in the middle of the floor if her teammates can't extend the defense by making threes.
Brooker veering, dumping, stolen away and out of bounds. Jump up and four. What a start for the NBA Sunday matchup we have for you. 8 Eastern, Dylan Mitchell, the Cavs. Already clinched the 1 seed East. We'll be in Milwaukee squaring off against Giannis team with the Bucks. Coverage tips are going to be a countdown at 7 Eastern. Tondo. That's a pass knocked away. Tips to Hart. Shot clock violation. Sixers turns it over. 6 turnover already for Texas. Rob Staley talked about the passive recruit is good, but we just have to avoid giving up looks to her where she's in the rhythm she wants to be. So far, they've been successful in that.
And it's been a team effort. She has been surrounded anytime she catches the ball in the paint area.
6 rebounds for Booker, trying to make an impact otherwise. Feel like Rory Harmon is down. Rory Harmon down in the backcourt. Harmon, who tore her ACL early last season, battled so hard to get back. Down in pain.
I think she might have gotten hit in the face, Ryan.
They'll step aside as Rory Harmon gets tended to.
Cricket. Do you watch, Robert? Do you watch baseball then? Baseball's like cricket.
Okay, everybody, let's lunch.
Mud moss? No. Compare hotels in the Hotels.com app.
Adventure Pick, all new Nissan Armada.
From knead the dough to knead it now. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
Kinder Chocolate presents kids' reactions at their first bite.
Creamy, milky filling. Best that I've had.
Crafted for kids, loved by all. Kinder Chocolate. Try it today.
What do you got there, Larry? Time machine? You gonna go back and see how the pyramids were built or something? Nope. Ellen and I want to go on vacation, so I'm gonna go back to last week and buy a winning lottery ticket. Can I come? Only room for one.
How am I getting home?
Sitting on my lap like last time, Ronald.
Fine, but I'm bringing this.
All right.
Or you could try one of these savings options.
The right money moves aren't as far-fetched as you think.
There it is. See? Those was going to all work out. Thanks, future me.
The world is in constant motion, and you have places to go. Enterprise has more vehicles and locations than anyone, so you can get just the kind of vehicle you need, when and where you need it. Enterprise, for lives in drive.
Grandpa earned it. Mom earned it for me. USAA membership is for those who serve and can be shared with their spouses, then kids, and their kids for generations to come. Start your family's legacy. USAA. See if you can become a member today.
Music City, USA is the site for the SEC men's basketball tournament. The SEC tournament in Asheville is going to be in front.
Welcome back to the SEC Championship. You're taking a look at Rory Harmon, who we just saw come off with the court. They look to put some drops in her nose as they're taking a look at her, but she looks to be okay. As we say hello.
So you find cricket more exciting than baseball? Because I think cricket's a boring version of baseball, even though I know I didn't grow up with it. So
multiple defenders to get the ball out of Maddie Booker's hands. She's got to make quick decisions with that, and we certainly hope Rory Harmon is okay. All right, I tried to do my best calling Rose Ryan Russo, but I'll get it back to you and RL for an update.
Perfect, thank you very much. El Trey today, looking forward to hear from you ladies at the half. Good job with game day today. Meanwhile, Rory Harmon,
there's only 25 points scored in this game.
No unobserved intentional foul, just a basketball play, but it's not going to be Rory Harmon's first field better.
This and I think he was boxing out, and the incidental contact came with Megan's arm hitting Rory Harmon in the nose.
So instead, Preston, Brianna Preston, the freshman comes into the game. McShaper says, I'm a fast point guard and an electric point guard. Preston electric as Booker kicks it out of bounds. That is the 7th Texas turnover.
And Texas is trying to get Booker going, off the dribble, giving her some space. There's just no space to be had, especially in the middle part of the floor because of South Carolina's tough defense.
Texas opened the game 0 for 4 from the floor. They have not played. South Carolina maintained a modest lead as Oldacre able to gobble up that pass. Here's Booker. Dumping it down. The inaccurate pass to Oldacre. Preston ends up with it. Playing time inside. Gets denied by Hicks. And controlled by Hall. David Johnson dumps it down. Chloe Gates shovels.
I've only seen Texas play a couple times, but okay. But cricket doesn't have the exciting catches that they have in baseball. So everything else seems pretty much the same to me. I don't see how cricket is more exciting than baseball. Most exciting places in baseball are the defensive plays. And they don't have nearly as many exciting defensive plays in cricket as they do in baseball. So I don't see how it can be more exciting. But you grew up with cricket.
Kids has made an impact on both ends of the floor throughout the course of this season and tournament. Just a beautiful block on one end, gets sandwiched, passes the ball off to Fagan on the other.
Recently on a triple double. We've seen the passing on his way from Fagan. Nice one for Kiss. Fagan with a second chance here for South Carolina. All 3.
This is a Texas team with only 2 losses on the season. They've had tremendous success, and they do it without utilizing the 3-ball. They shoot 30%. They make about 3 threes per game. And in this game in particular, it is hurting them because South Carolina's been able to shrink the floor.
Right. Do you have to just take some more attempts and soften that?
From the right people, if you can get Holly going, if you can get Jordan Lee, who spent much of the season above 40% from 3, look at where all the South Carolina defenders are.
And Lee on the bench right now with 2 personals. Here's Booker.
Everybody's in the paint.
Texas has only scored 10 points in what we got here, 14 minutes? By the way, South Carolina was favored by 4.5 in this game, even though Texas is the number one team in the country.
Texas is 348 in Division I in three-point attempts. They make just 10.5 a game. They make just over 3, as Rebecca said, which is 346th in the nation. Despite all that, they have the fourth most efficient offense in the nation. But against certain teams, you just may need to access that outside shot here and there.
And one of the reasons that offense is so efficient throughout this season is getting to the free throw.
This game's been boring so far.
Rory Harmon back into the game for Texas. Good news for the Longhorns, their senior leader. Here's for Wiley. Asking for the screen. Back to Fagan. To the corner. Johnson's three. South Carolina will be back in 30 seconds.
Sanaya Fagan has been a terrific distributor from the post position there out to Johnson.
When emergency strikes, first responders are the first ones in. But on outdated networks, the crucial technology they depend on is limited. That's why T-Mobile created T-Priority, the only solution built for the 5G era that can dynamically dedicate up to 10 times the capacity for first responders. T-Priority, built for tomorrow's emergencies, ready today.
Well, next Sunday, we'll have the exclusive announcement of the 68-team NCAA Women's Championship field again this year. We'll break down every team and every matchup in each region Eastern on ESPN with the bonus hour coverage at 9 on ESPN2. Another turnover tonight for Texas. For Wiley, lost it. Booker ends up with it for the Longhorns. Booker slithering, dishing when it's time to pivots inside against the there. Texas has not scored yet in the second quarter.
No. I watched cricket in person though, because the cricket club plays in the same park as where I played ultimate frisbee for 40 years. Well, I played in the league for about 30 years in Philadelphia. I watched it. It didn't excite me, but.
When it's time against Briar, she's able to block from behind. Here it comes. The eye roll.
Oh, the jacket's coming off for the coach for Texas. He seems very calm, though, and compared to most coaches. But if my offense had only scored 10 points in 15 minutes, I'd be concerned.
As the season's gone along, the game has slowed down even more. We saw a huge performance yesterday in the win against Oklahoma. Off to a good start today.
Ricky Johnson is just sitting in the lane, not even worried about where Rory Harmon is.
Old anchor surrounded, flips it up and off.
Oh my God.
Here comes South Carolina for Wiley.
Phil Wiley's so fast. Why aren't you in front of her? That's so silly. They know what she can do. It's not like there's not a scouting report on this woman.
from the women who want to get. She can stop and hook it in.
Look at Full Wiley on the help side. You can't get the ball in the old income. She's able to play off like that. Now it's Raven Johnson in the paint.
13-0 South Carolina. Harvard no. Here comes Full Wiley. They give it to Johnson. Touchdown.
Wow, this is a beating. I'm gonna have to switch over to when's the UCLA UCSC game? That's at 4:30. I have a feeling this game will not be close come 4:30, which is in 45 minutes from now. So we'll be switching over.
That's what South Carolina does. First from Full Wiley, then from Raven Johnson. It makes it so difficult for the Texas Post.
I don't know.
And then it leads to a burst of energy by Full Wiley the other way. I mean, just the difference in the ease of the paint scoring for South Carolina versus the difficulty for Texas. Bench loves it, fans love it. Texas still has not scored in this
So UConn's up by 12. In the beginning of the third quarter. Should we switch to that one if it comes close? They're just crushing. This is the number one team in the country, supposedly. They're getting crushed. And Baylor TCU at 5.
She said, I still have that trophy. My mom's got it in the house, and I knew then I was something special because I was better than all the boys.
Hold on to that trophy forever. Thank you, Al. Shot clock down to 4. Harvey puts up the mid-range and hits. First points of the quarter for Texas. Look at Edwards just beating everyone down the floor. And Raven Johnson is such a great get-ahead passer. Down to 4. Harvey puts up the mid-range and hits. First points of the quarter for Texas. Look at Edwards just beating everyone down the floor. And Raven Johnson is such a great get-ahead passer.
Texas finally scores. After a tough possession where they shared the basketball both sides of the floor, and South Carolina just answers with it wide open lane.
Jones turns, doesn't get the roll. Got rid of it. South Carolina basketball.
We were talking about this throughout the course of the season. Raven Johnson is a very good get-ahead passer. Joyce Edwards and all of the post players from South Carolina will run the floor and then point to the passer on the Riverlands 201 game.
Here's Wiley wiggling, taking off. Taking.
This is a beatdown.
Taking 6-4 today.
South Carolina has too much depth for them. They're not going to be able to catch up. They're the ones that are going to get tired.
Interior to a shooter out on the perimeter.
She's able with both hands there, too. As Booker finally gets on a drop. Madison Booker, who had 25 last night, scores her first points today with that jumper. And Texas made a little push here before halftime. Wiley overall just left it short.
For Wiley's being awful aggressive.
Every time she has the ball in her hand, something exciting happens. Booker quick trying to tie her shoe. Harvey waiting for her. The quarterfinals lost her shoe. Harvey was the player who grabbed it and eventually exchanged it for the basketball. Back to shoot. To the shoot. Harvey has to. Does she get it off? She does. It hits. And South Carolina will take a timeout.
Addison Booker 1 for 6.
Picks the shoe up and plays the possession out defensively, holding the shoe. Well, Madison Booker gets the rebound, and they flip, exchange shoe for basketball seamlessly and go the other way. This is a moment ago. She loses the shoe, but does she lose the shoe again, or just needs to tie it up?
She had to tie it up, and she was just mouthing my shoe. That's where the 30-second shot clock helps. Just get it across that court, tie the shoe, and continue to possess.
For Wiley's 2 for 8. So it looks like she's controlling the game, but she's had 2 steals, 3 rebounds, and assists. But she's not shooting well, but she seems to have an impact on the game.
But it's still all self-creation. It's still one-on-one, trying to get by or over your defender, finishing with a tough shot. Nothing's easy. You see Texas now.
Rugby, yeah, I've watched rugby. It's not bad. It seems like chaos compared to football, and not in a good way. American football is my favorite sport to watch. And then I tape games so I can fast forward through the commercials. So I start them like 45 minutes late. And then basketball is my next favorite. The other sports I don't really care to watch much.
Texas turnover. 3 seconds left. Johnson.
16 points and a half. Madison Booker's overrated, in my opinion. She's certainly not an All-American. Wow, that was brutal. All right, I'm going to switch. What else? What other game is on right now? Let's see. There's another game on. There's the UConn game. I'll switch to that. All right, let me see what channel that's on. Isn't that what channel is the UConn game on?
Just floating around, playing off of Harmon just a little bit, just give our post a chance to get in better positioning. We want them to lob over the top and see if we can swarm at the ball.
What channel is the UConn game on? I had it on before.
So hopefully, by the time the third or fourth quarter comes around, she won't have the height on that beautiful shot that she has. People like to make a lot of all the McDonald's All-Americans on your team, but what stands out to me right now, Coach, is how unselfish this team is. They are passing, they are finding each other. What stands out to you about the way you're sharing it all right now? That's our culture. That's who we are.
Oh, why can't I find it? There it is. Villanova, Connecticut, Fox.
For the WNBA, we want our league to be around for such a long.
No, I can't listen to Dawn Staley.
It's just easy. She can do everything. She can defend. She can score, rebound. She knows the game so.
I got it. It's Fox. I scrolled right by it. I was going so. UConn's up by 16 though. It's not really going to be a game here. I didn't expect it to be a game. The Big East is not a tough conference compared to some of the other ones. I don't see Texas winning that game. And it's not good anymore. It used to be tougher. Both the men's and the women's have gone downhill. Um, 16 points and a half, Texas. Madison Booker, 1 from 6.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to summarize and encapsulate
I don't see how, if you can't score more than 16 points and a half, I don't see how you're going to win in a national championship. You're going to have to beat 3 really good teams in a row with very little offense, it looks like. Let me look at Madison Booker's numbers because people keep saying how great she is, yet I've not seen it yet when the times I've seen her play. 16 points, 6.5 rebounds, 46%. She's shooting 43% from threes, though. That's pretty good. Maybe she needs to take more shots. She only averages 16.4 points a game. If she took Juju's shot, she'd have Juju numbers. But she has almost same number of turnovers as assists. But that's a good shooting percentage. But in the games I've seen her, she doesn't shoot well. She doesn't come up big in big games. Well, I'm just saying she's shooting almost 43% from threes. So she must shoot awful well whenever I don't watch her play. And she shoots 46% from the field, which is pretty good. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I agree. She has not played well against good teams. Because those are the times I've watched her play. She must pick up garbage points against weaker teams. Juju Watkins does that all the time. She stays in when it's up by 50 in the fourth quarter to pick up garbage points. She's obsessed, and her coach are obsessed with her trying to catch Caitlin Clark's scoring record, which she's not going to do. She didn't score enough points this year.
Is 74% free throw shooting. 14 rebounds yesterday. That matched her career high. 14 today. So she is one shy of a new career best.
She may end up averaging a double-double by the time this season is said and done. She's brought it up to about 8 at this point in the season, but it just seems like there's a different determination about her when it comes to rebounding at something.
She's the 5th UConn freshman to score 500 points in a season. Turnover forced by Chen. There's that first from Caitlin Chen. Chen! Bingo! What a sequence!
It's a beautiful thing to watch the UConn Huskies play transition offense. Everyone was involved there. Paige Beckers had her eyes up.
Oh, really?
Sarah Strong actually opened up that three by setting a hard cut to the rim. That drew the attention of the defense. And of course, Caitlin Chen knocking it down.
If Caitlin Cheng is in, you're in trouble because she doesn't score much.
We have a timeout. Sarah Strong is what taken out.
Sarah Strong, just a freshman. She is already up.
Paige Beckers, 9 for 13, 21 points, and 5 assists, and no turnovers. Sarah Strong, 15 points, 14 rebounds already. Wow. 6 for 11. Ezzy Fuzz, 3 for 5, 9 points.
Shows, movies, sports, cooking shows?
Is she talking to us?
Tell me, how does DirecTV put all their favorite stuff on one home screen? Uncanny content suggestions based on your watch history? Or mind control?
Were you recently electrocuted? A better way to watch whatever you
Caitlin Chen.
Well, I, for one, am intrigued.
She averages 7 points a game. She shoots 52% and 38% from three. She just doesn't take many shots.
This guy would like another sandwich. 2 for $6.99. Arby's, we have the meat.
You want high performance, long lasting, affordable.
She's not going to make it in the WNBA, though. She's a senior, 5'9" senior, yeah.
Save even more at a parking lot sale going on now.
A surprise entry into the dunk contest this year, the Affleck dunk.
Coach Godspeed. The Cubs set it up from way downtown.
That's a big gap to cover for a small dunk.
Y'all haven't seen the way Affleck helps close the gap? That's by health insurance. Watch this.
Affleck does pay people money for expenses not covered by health insurance.
Get up with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent, get a quote at Affleck.com.
Turn the lights off, it's over. Forgot to moisturize? No, you didn't.
Introducing our first ever body wash for 24-hour lotion soft skin straight from the shower with millions of micro moisture droplets. Try new Dove body wash.
Big East Tournament, March 13th through the 15th on Fox and FS1.
Big East basketball is sponsored by Jeep. There's only one. And the number one pick of the WNBA draft is owned by Chris Koklanis and Kurt Miller of the Dallas Wings, sitting with Boston Celtics general manager, president of basketball operations, Brad Stevens.
That's a heavy row right there. Brad Stevens, a former friend of the Big East when he was the head coach at Butler. And Kurt Miller back in familiar territory. He was previously head coach here of the Connecticut Sun, but they certainly there's a certain prospect on the floor that's looking pretty good so far. Paige Beckers, although she's yet to score here in the second half after a really aggressive first half, still sitting on 21 points and 5 assists. But she's viewed as by many going to be that number one pick in a couple of months.
This time down 5 on the shot clock for Villanova. They haven't scored in the third quarter. Burkamp and Carter is gone.
Villanova really needs just some confidence buckets right now to feel back in a good place in this game. They're in a little bit of an uphill climb because there's sensational freshman point guard Jasmine Bosco on the bench with 4 fouls. Maddie Burke has 3. She is out there with the smart for Livingston.
You guys switched to the UConn game, right?
Today, Carter's back to the line. That's the issue.
All right, Robert. See you later.
Their leader, and all Big East first teamer with 4 fouls. Carter has 8. This is semifinal number 1 in the Big East tournament.
Yeah, neither. I got 2 games, and neither one of them are close. UCLA, USC is going to save us at 4:30. This is a 20-point game. This doesn't do me any good. Well, UConn's offense can sometimes be good to watch. They have a lot of movement and they share the ball a lot. So
who have the caliber of starting for this team. Foul away from the ball on Shea. That's what Gino Oriana spoke to us about yesterday.
Look at this. That is a tough ankle turn from Caitlin Chen. As we just started tightening up the laces, she's going to try to keep out there. But that her ankle hit the deck.
However, that's a difficult shot. It's short. In Connecticut, that's
7 a.m.
2 points in this third quarter.
We had daylight savings time today.
Villanova's offense was so good in the first half that it all Huskies here.
Defenders and Chen, they were 2 from the game at short. Carter with the rebound. Let's find something down there. Leader Bosco with the foul trouble on the bench.
The defense from Chen on Maddie Weber.
So it's still halftime at Texas, South Carolina. I guess I'll go back to that game because this is 22-point game. What's the difference? The other one's a 17-point game. Villanova doesn't have enough firepower to come back. So Texas may, but they're not going to with that defense.
Just the sixth by Villanova. They have been cold in this third quarter.
UConn has come out really strong in the half-court defense. I'm sure they got an earful from their head coach. Villanova just trying to make something happen without the orchestrator of their offense. On that bench to top level.
You think about it, 37 first half points for Villanova. That's only 14 shots where UConn gets up per game. Message received.
That's really all you can do right now against State Beckers. Try to make things as difficult as you can, switch screens, contest your looks, under a crowd. Still get to score here in the second half for Page.
That was only her first field goal attempt in the second half. Carter with a corner. Shot clock is at 8. Here's Berg. She wants to try with the steal and a foul on Berg. And Maddie Berg just committed her fourth foul.
And this is where frustration can sometimes play a part in the game. Right away,
I'm hoping for a good UCLA USC game because these two games were boring and blowouts.
45 feet away from the basket, and now she too has to go to the bench with 4 fouls.
Two of their top 3. It's a major foul trouble. With 11, so that UConn in 3 has combined for 47.
Costco reversed down the bench. They combined for 40 yesterday in the quarter.
All right.
They are sidelined with 4 fouls apiece.
Speaks at Melvin Cass, the elevating from the field in this third quarter. It has been a defensive clinic.
Defensive clinic, as Eve Meltzer said. It's been defensive clinic at by South Carolina and Texas.
Good awareness, recognition here, some pressure defense from Ryan Allen and Caitlin Oriole. And Allen comes up with it to get a trip to the free throw line.
Ryan Allen, a junior, transferred in from Vanderbilt. Pennsylvania kid, won a Philadelphia Catholic League championship in high school. Really like her upside. Her back next year on grow even more. This Villanova program has a real bright future. They can have roster continuity.
Yeah, there is a lot of talent at home, starting with Weber and Costco young players.
Rackers is off. Still scoreless in the second half. Weber to Carter. Carter is fouled by Brady. Back to the line.
Oh, I have to phone the charger.
Villanova still in search of their first field goal in the second half. They've had a couple of free throws. They're going to get a couple more here from the Nate Carter, who gets an aggressive taking that contact across the lane.
All 5 of their points in the third quarter coming from the free throw line. Carter may go. Shade will come back in for Brady. This is where a lot of people believe that UConn will be really dangerous. They go a little bit smaller. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, it's in
Strong showing her versatility and taking the fight. Well, we had a great conversation with Gino Oriana yesterday about Sarah Strong. And Gino joked with us that after they won the Big East regular season title against Creighton, because you asked, is she still a freshman? Like, does she still have those human moments that a freshman would have? She looks at Gino and goes, wow, look at t-shirts. He goes, yeah, you do. And she goes, well, okay, all right, because this is, we get other t-shirts for other championships. He goes, well, that's the deal. You get the picture, get the program. That's what we do. We go look for the championship shirts.
The t-shirt collection for UConn players has to be through the roof, but I think he had to explain to her the difference between regular season championships and they would get a second t-shirt if they get the job done here.
Looking strong with the active hand. She has just surged, guarding harder. Never stopped. Shot clock turned off here. What a defensive play by the Huskies. Villanova without a made field goal in the third quarter. It's Arnold. After Shea Strong and 5. 8 seconds. 5. Goodbye. An offensive foul is gone. It's on Shea.
Oh, well, let's see.
Frustrating. Gino's on 2 plays. Let's see if he has a pace. I think that was so little bit from Villanova.
4.3 for the Wildcats. Weber from half court. And that does it for quarter number 3. UConn outscored Villanova 17-6.
This UConn team just continues to roll.
Yesterday, but Dawn Staley really emphasized.
Shot of the South Carolina bench. The bench had the same amount of points as the Texas team in that first half at 16.
All right.
Texas without a free throw, without a three-pointer in that first half. The three-pointers somewhat expected. The free throws not.
Be right back. 3:30. Okay. I don't think this. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm going to switch over to the game at 4:30 to the UCLA USC game. I guess it's on CBS. Let me know who's here. There's 2 people, it looks like. Huge crowd today.
Good start to the quarter for Texas. And a foul here is going to go against Texas. That'll be Shea Holly. That'll be your first. We need to see from Texas to continue to climb back into this game.
Well, they're going to see some stops defensively. Even though South Carolina's got a couple good looks, they have gotten those stops, and they've got to figure out a way, if they can't get out in transition, find anything easy at the rim.
Somebody's going to run there. 35-20, South Carolina in front.
I think South Carolina and USC, and we'll see how UCLA plays today. They seem to be the teams. I don't know about, well, Connecticut, I guess, has closed out the season pretty well.
Free throw for Madison Booker. The first free throw attempt of the game for Texas.
And both players for South Carolina are outstanding passers, and we see throughout the course of this game, sometimes interior to out, how about that little bounce pass from Kids to the cutting foul pass.
One of the things we talked about yesterday, but Dawn Staley really emphasizes here in her case is that they can do everything the guards can do. And you see that from the way that they pass. As Booker hits the first free throw, the passing from Mason Fay has been just terrific. You saw that graphic, how much Texas uses the free throw line. Having there yet today. This is their first trip. When it's time that more comes up with this, it's going to be South Carolina basketball. As they have possession,
And realistically, for Texas to see this kind of this have to make tough shots. Because the way South Carolina is playing defense, they're going to get easy looks. So Booker's going to have to make tough shots. Or Harden's going to have to make tough shots.
Over 1 of 7 in this game. Now, this is back beyond the arc. Going to traffic. Now Bell drives it. In a crowd. He's looking for an angle. Finds Faye, and her jumper is good. Again, the unselfish nature and the ability to pass in tight spaces. It's finding Faye. Holly's jumper. Now Bell the rebound. Some pace on the inside, taking away by Harden. Here's Harden trying to get something going on for Texas. Wide open, Shea Holly's three. He was short. And Shea Holly shoots.
South Carolina is still up by 18. Texas just can't score enough. 23 points in 26 minutes. Hello, everybody. We're going to switch. I'm watching the South Carolina Texas game, but I'm going to switch over to UCLA USC. I'm behind in this game, but let's see what's happening. 47-29. They're not going to win this game. So, they're the number one team in the country. Net score.
This took the official for a second for a shade and threw it there. You can see the toe of Madison Booker was just out of bounds. I know this is a Texas team that is in extreme physical condition and have some depth. But they certainly have made some tired mistakes mentally, and they look a little bit tired, understandably. 13 and 3 days after playing a game at 7 o'clock last night. 13 turnovers for Texas. What they average per game. O'Reilly gets denied. What a rejection from Taylor Jones. Doesn't look tired. Taylor Jones might not even fall. But Taylor Jones able to come over and another block there. But a big girl for Texas. While South Carolina's depth such an asset as well in this tournament, they really haven't even distribution of minutes across.
All right, I'm switching over to UCLA USC game.
Ellen and I want to go on vacation, so I'm going to go back to last week and buy a winning lottery ticket. Can I come? Only room for one. How am I getting home? Sit down my lap like last time, Ron. Fine. Let's bring this.
Or you could try one of these savings options.
Money moves aren't as far-fetched as you think.
There it is. See? Told you it's going to all work out. Thanks, future me.
Our energy turns driving into a transformative experience. It takes handling and makes it super handling. Born on the racetrack and raised in the third row. It pushes technology to be brighter. Because we engineer with an energy that's stronger than what powers our SUVs. And that's the energy of innovation.
AT&T has a guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like booking the right rental car. What else the best? Did you forget that kids? A funny game staying funny. Going chill, right?
It's a fast loan.
Or being alone during alone time. Yeah, that's not guaranteed. You know what AT&T guarantees? The connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Nathan King can't feel pain.
Wow.
I know, right? Yeah, took the girl I like. Stop right there. Please stay alive.
Nathan King, rated R.
CBS celebrates Women's History Month. Listen to us. We'll let go for a few days.
Why?
So right, it almost feels wrong. They get away so bad. Lisa, all the fly on day 2 song for $2.49 a month today.
On Zillow Casino, every day is your chance at a free jackpot and the #1 favorite, which is still winning. Still better than number 85. The feeling of getting away from it all, especially if you're told what's wrong. And even better than number 23. A bear being afraid of you. Aim for your shot at a free daily jackpot on Sanders Casino Newport, Michigan.
Whether you're looking to upskill in fields like business, cybersecurity, technology, healthcare, education, or law, Wilmington University has you covered. In person or online, we make education flexible for you.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Check your credits, save tuition, and graduate faster with multiple
I'm switching. I'm eating, and then I'm switching the game.
Championship athletics. Get in the game with Wilmington University.
There's only one fuel that can drive the performance you demand from your car. New 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Only at Sunoco.
I'm Mike Spear, the accident lawyer. Slip and falls cause some of the most serious injuries. Fractures, concussions, herniated discs. Don't risk your settlement. Get every dollar you deserve. The choice is clear. Call Rand and Mike Spear.
Forgive me, Father. I got away with something I shouldn't have. I got a brand new Hyundai for me.
Oh, the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Lease a Hyundai Santa Fe SE for $279 a month, or get 2.99% APR, or up to $3,500 bonus cash on select trims today.
Finding hard in every week. CBS News. Build it up.
Big Ten Player of the Year, Juju Watkins and USC's in the building to take on All-American Lauren Betts at UCLA, looking for some paybacks today. And the LA Stars are rising in Indianapolis. West Coast rivals reunite, this time with a Big Ten tournament title on the line.
The Bruins have moved on to the Big Ten Finals.
It's over. USC is on to the Big Ten tournament title. The Stars are out and ending. Who will get their Hollywood ending? It's the Big Ten Women's Championship. Each other and have solid performances. USC had better than UCLA in those first two performances, but a clean slate today. One more game, it's a championship, so everything is in the past. The top two teams in the country and two of the top players, certainly National Player of the Year candidates. Juju Watkins, we start with her, what she's been able to do in the Big Ten tournament.
And she's been remarkable. Even when she's blanketed by multiple defenders, she finds a way to score in a variety of ways and gets to where she wants to go on the floor. Just the way that she shot the ball, and she seamlessly glides through the lane is next level.
Let's take a look at our fast analysis presented by AT&T. UCLA has to respond. They've been doing it in the Big Ten tournament.
They've been getting the ball into Lauren Betts, and when she catches it this deep in the lane, she is powerful. She dominates the paint. They've got to continue to get her touches in there because she's able to look out and pop it to her guards. London Jones had an incredible performance, dropping 6 threes against Ohio State. They've got to spread the floor like this.
USC and UCLA have met more than 100 times in this series, but today it's for the Big Ten Tournament Championship. A little bit of history. CBS Sports coverage of the Big Ten Women's Championship is sponsored by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Discover. It pays to discover. And by AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
If you're traveling to be surrounded by nature, don't end up surrounded by a hotel. Get an Airbnb and go where hotels can't.
Whoa! With this online-only deal from Buffalo Wild Wings Go, you get 20 boneless wings and fries for $16.99. That's enough to feed you and like 2 friends. Or one if you're selfish. And I am selfish.
Maybe your plans for the afternoon are too big to squeeze into the back of a sedan. Maybe your idea of commuting doesn't always include roads. Maybe you don't think you should have to choose between affordability and capability. Then don't just get any car. Drive a Ford.
Hey, bro, what looks like they got the DER out of cheerleading. You mean announcers? I looked up those announcers' names, and that was painful. It was a color commentator promoting the sisterhood. The other woman was an overly woke white woman. What was what were their names? It was Christy. I think I have their names down. And what she said in the beginning, which I didn't hear initially, I would have gotten nauseous then. This is what Sloan Martin was the play-by-play, and Christy Winter Scott was the color commentator, with the emphasis on color. When you say Juju Watkins, all you can think of is excellence. Juju Watkins is doing it all. She is a Swiss Army knife when it comes to every single aspect of this game. How about that she has more turnovers than assists for her career, and that she has a bad shooting percentage? Is that every aspect of the game, or we don't count that? I just want to know. How about that she doesn't really make her teammates better?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's two schools really separated. Their arenas are separated by 15 miles. They have to travel 2,000 plus to get here to play for the championship. They're starting lineup.
I think UCLA is going to come out motivated.
For UCLA, and Kiki Iriordan has been fantastic. Coming off a double-double in the semifinals. She pairs well as the Stanford transfer this year with one Juju Watkins. Brenda Pantoa, Mai Forsberg, and Julie Cronenbook are your official.
Yeah, I swear to God, she has a better whistle than Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan didn't get phantom calls all the time. There might have been tic-tac fouls, but not phantom calls.
It's going to be Smith who wins the tip. Another one of the transfers here for USC will get things started off the hands of Iriordan and a turnover on the first possession for SC. USC comes in with a 28-2 overall record. They lost early this season to a Notre Dame team. They said they learned a lot from that loss. They also took one on the chin at Iowa. And the Caitlin Clark retirement jersey came. And there's a tough shot. Gabriella Hawkes, who's not playing 100% fittingly, gets the first bucket.
She's been sick all weekend, but she's one of those players that Coach Coates knows she can just put her in the game and she's going to do what she needs to do.
Well, she drew up a Hawkes bucket in the first possession of the semifinal. Corey Close talks about how she draws it up for Hawkes again. And to tell you, there's Kennedy Smith, who herself.
She just put her in the game and she's going to do what she needs to do.
Well, she drew up a Hawkes bucket in the first.
So we're going to get announcers that are more realistic on their description of Juju Watkins' play. Is that? Are we going to get that?
Semifinals, but starting here again for USC, she's doing fine.
Yeah, at this point in the tournament, there are a lot of tired legs, and it's going to be a
That was travel.
who can sustain itself to the end of the game.
Here's Lauren Bess's
Looks like she dragged her pivot foot.
One thing for UCLA is they had an easier semifinal game. They should be a little bit more well rested today, Lisa, than USC, who really had a battle with Michigan last night.
Yeah, USC was trailed by as many as 9 points to the whole.
Oh, God, that was ugly.
And Smith gets the rebound. A really good offensive rebounding team. But to your point, UCLA beat Ohio State. I mean, just a beat down to the Buckeyes, 75-46. People like
play about 5 to 6 minutes below her average. Kiki Rice about 10 minutes below her average. Jaquez about 8 minutes below her average in that semifinal. So very well rested for three of their top players. Kukovic, his championship. USC won the regular season championship outright. They've actually handed UCLA its only 2 losses of the season. The Bruins come in 27-2. And Kukovic with a 3-pointer.
And really what Corey Close preached to us was that they just got out tough, if that's even the right word. But USC has played with a measure of toughness the first 2 times they played each other.
Tutu Watkins gives it on baseline. That's a tough 2 to try to get there from Marshall. And Watkins draws the foul. She is so good at getting herself to the free throw line.
I'll say she's so good at getting herself to the free throw line.
This is all about that two-way.
The sad part is not all just her.
Watkins misses the first. She's a great free throw shooter, above 80% for the season. As she attempts about 8 free throw attempts she has here for most of the Big Ten this year. Really good, like I said, at getting to the free throw line.
I thought yesterday she looked a little tired in that game where we saw her. At points, she looked a little tired in her legs. Her second half, actually, her performance in the second half was pretty phenomenal against Michigan.
Yeah, you see her numbers that pop up on the screen. You think she had no problem with it, but Michigan ran her down, especially in the first half. In fact, she didn't get to the free throw line until the second half of that semifinal against the Wolverines. That's all fake spin move. She's got all the moves.
Yeah, she didn't get to the free throw line until the USC needed some points in the fourth quarter, and the refs wanted to give it to them. Player trips? Oh, call a foul.
2 on Jaquez, so that's something to keep an eye on. It's going to have to be an early sub popping in here for UCLA. Tamia Gardner will have to sub out, I'm assuming. Yeah, Jaquez will have to take a seat, and that's huge. On the honorable mention, all Big Ten team, super efficient Jaquez is.
And they've called it pretty tight throughout this tournament.
Tutu was trying to post up in the mid post for the 3rd turnover here for SC.
What happened there?
On the honorable mention, all Big Ten team, super efficient Jaquez is.
And they've called it pretty tight throughout this tournament.
Tutu was trying to post up in the mid post for the 3rd turnover here for SC. And the Bruins trying to push the pace here a little bit. Reset here in the half court. Jones had a big semifinal.
Corey Close would prefer this to be a half-court, grind-it-out game.
8 seconds on the shot clock. Rice off the dribble, takes the back screen, pulls up for mid-range, draws the foul, can't get the bucket.
And that's her game. Kiki Rice is so good with that mid-range game.
Well, we'll see what happens. They didn't defend her well 2 games in a row that they played. So I don't know what to say. They need to defend her better. They don't have Notre Dame's Citron that covered her really well in that first game.
You mentioned that Corey Close that they got out-toughed. So Kiki Rice called the players-only meeting a couple days later on Monday. The team actually watched film together, critiqued each other. No coaches allowed in the doors. And then she said, we had one of our best practices that day.
Yeah, they haven't been the same since Corey Close told us that was Kiki Rice's defining role as a leader. By calling that meeting, she's been really looking and begging for them to have a player-led team. And that's been something that's helped them down the stretch here.
We see a sole look here for UCLA. They worked on it a little bit in the semifinals. Ariafin, though, gets her first bucket.
And, Ariafin is going to have to get some touches. She's been tremendous all season, but all tournament long. 25-11 against Michigan in the semifinals.
Zania Parker off the Bench, the Big Ten Sixth Player of the Year. A few bets against Winovich. She's been good at passing out of the double and the triple teams. And Erie then commits her first personal.
And I think we're going to see a lot of different things from UCLA thrown at USC. This is a nice job. Good patience there from Juju Watkins, getting it into Erie Fenn, down low, finding that opening in the zone. But UCLA is going to be switching defenses throughout this game a bit to not allow USC to be too comfortable.
You know, we talked about the blowout that UCLA had in their semifinal. It allowed them to work on different things, and so the defense was a little bit that they were working on against the Buckeyes. Jones picking up where she left off in that semifinal. She was red hot. She had 6 threes against the Buckeyes.
Totally laid it up.
Watkins driving, and Juju Watkins on the board with a field goal.
No and one? Come on.
First field goal.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. So it looks like a Eurostep travel, but that's...
And that's where Watkins likes to shoot her threes. In transition, off the dribble. That's her favorite way to get it. The defense scrambling. And we know that she's going to be blanketed throughout the game. If she finds her shot.
That woman doesn't even come close to traveling. She just palms the ball completely.
She leads the Big Ten in scoring. And Leah Samuels picks the bucket. Ariason with a finish for that. Oh, Leah Samuels, one of the smallest players on the court, with some big heart on that play.
And she's so feisty. We saw her doing that yesterday all the time. I mean, this is such a player who gets out and will dog you defensively.
SC's first lead after that turnover, a 7-0 run here for the Trojans. Watkins with the crossover, charging towards the buckets.
Oh, she's begging for the call.
Juju Watkins has found her rhythm in the last couple of possessions. It has forced a timeout here for UCLA.
I think the defense here for USC is what is leading to this offensive execution. Just tremendous job from Samuels. She hustles. They call her pitbull for a reason, leading to some offense at the other end.
All right, we'll see. This is a better game than the other ones. What is the Texas-South Carolina score? Let me look. 56-39. So they're not, that game's over. They're not going to come back from 17 with that defense. Texas doesn't have enough. Madison Booker, again, coming up small in a big game. She's 2 for 10. I don't know. She seems to only play well when they're not playing against good teams. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, USC's, they definitely are one of the very top favorites to win it. They may be the favorites. If it's a close game, you know she's getting the calls. So I'm saying, I'll wait till this game's over with before I say who's the favorite. Who knows? UCLA could come on strong in the second half and crush them. So we'll see. Notre Dame is not peaking. Is a non-peaking team right now. They're unpeaking at the wrong time. Yeah, Hidalgo's not going to get any of those awards. Juju's getting them all. That's what they want. That's what the press wanted. They get it. Now they can say, well, she got Player of the Year as a sophomore and Caitlin didn't. Which is true, but Caitlin probably should have got it over Leah Boston her sophomore year. She only got 4 votes, I think, in the AP. Her freshman year, I don't know. Paige had a good year her freshman year, but it's a toss-up there, too. She only got 1 vote that in the AP vote. She should have been unanimous her junior year. She only got 20 out of 28 votes junior year. That's unbelievable. That was an easy selection her junior year. And then she only got 34 out of 35 her senior year. Cameron Brink got a Player of the Year award over her. Right, okay. That person should not have their vote the next year. USC versus I. Yeah, that's not going to happen, but it would be cool if it did. That would be funny.
Rivalry, 68 points between the two games from her, and so far 8 points. She's 3 from the 4. Pretty good stat line.
They're around like the 25th best team in the country, probably Iowa. And so the chance of the 25th best team getting in there is pretty slim. They may be better than that because they've lost a lot of close games, but she uses a Euro step a lot. I think it's a travel, but so does that coach over there. Oh my God. UCLA is
hard to guard USC and to have a game plan against Juju Watkins. You send the double against her, and then she passes so well out of it. And this is
that defender was just too slow. She should have been closer to her in the first place, and then she didn't even close out on her. That was an awful shot.
They've scored on their last 6 possessions. Watkins with a miss.
The second and third chance opportunities can really come back to be the reason why you can win games in this situation.
UCLA, the response from her off the bench in her first year playing with the Bruins and the Blue Gold. Transfer out of Oregon State.
They gifted USC the game? I thought they beat USC. I'm confused. What are you talking about? They play in the tournament again?
That was really good defense, better offense. I mean, that was a difficult shot from Samuels.
Didn't Iowa beat USC? In this tournament, they lost to USC? I didn't see the game. They lost a 1-point game. Who was that to? Watkins missed the layup. No, I think they lost to somebody else. I think you got it wrong. Let me see. They lost someone 60-59. I didn't see the game. Three. They lost to Ohio State 60-59. I didn't see the game, so I can't comment on it. But I heard there was an iffy call at the end. Not as bad as the one against UCLA, I heard.
And this is the kind of hustle I was talking about. Juju Watkins getting on the floor. She doesn't just do it offensively, but she is so tough when it comes to being that one that gets that basketball, good follow-up, and all of that defensive.
Notice they don't mention the easy missed layup that she had.
She's been big defensively in this series for USC. There's a loose ball. Someone's got to come down with it.
Or an air ball.
walked with it. Watkins forced that turnover. And now 4 turnovers here for the Bruins.
Watkins forced the turn. Did she really force the turnover? She just got behind her defensively. Oh. Was that really a travel? I gotta see that again in slow motion. Isn't that just a spin move? I don't know. I'm not saying it's not. No, you have to see it.
This quarter has moved fast inside 60 seconds left. Jones is on Watkins here. That's a matchup. Olhoffen. A post-century pass in the finish from Kumorfo. Really nice patience there from the Trojans. Kumorfo defending Betts. That's where she's excelled in the series. The drive from Jones looking for Betts. Betts hangs on, but she's got 2 Trojans hanging on too. And a jump ball. It'll be USC basketball, the 5th turnover here for the Bruins.
Betts has to come up bigger in these games against USC.
Defense and finding a block road underneath. Good job posting up deep in the lane. You got your shooters checking in, man. I mean, look at Maria Samuels and the reception that she got just there. Headed back to the bench. What a contributor she has been here in the first quarter. A huge spotlight for them. Look at that rolling zone. USC trying to bust this zone on this possession. 9 seconds left in the quarter. They turn it over. Kiki Rice. Transition look and the finish on the left side. The first field goal, and that'll be the final play of the quarter. 8 points off of turnovers here for UCLA. We've got the Trojans and the Bruins in the Big Ten Tournament Championship for the first time in conference history.
All right, let's see what the stats say. Juju is 3 for 6. A steal, assist, and 3 rebounds. Kiki Afrin, I can't pronounce her name. 4 points. Lauren Betts has only taken 2 shots. Why aren't you getting her more shots? 2 steals, no blocks, but she needs to take more shots than that.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Check-in time is 3. It's 2:55. I know.
Is this what he's doing now?
As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. No games. No fun.
Yes, Coach.
Meanwhile, at Everville, when other vacation rentals make you share your turf with a host, try when you have all to yourself.
Anyways, hello everybody. Who else is out there besides Boro? Boro, how do you pronounce your name? B-O-R-U. Baru or Baro? Not sure how you pronounce it. Con Landing's out here. Anybody else? It says 4 people. There's got to be 2 other people here. So anyway.
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun? Red will give you wings.
Anyways, I'm rooting for UCLA.
How did you become a Capital One bank guy?
I've always been passionate about no fees or minimums on checking accounts.
How do I get your job?
Hard work, dedication.
Capital One bank guy.
It's like Mr. Jeter said, hard work and dedication. What's been the highlight of your career? Did that have to be big guy? Helping people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Aren't you a Hall of Fame?
And didn't we live in space?
What's in your wallet?
I'm Maddie. I'm a lawyer, but things aren't always as black and white as they seem.
Be right back.
Your life is still a mystery. Fresh on sauce, fresh green pants.
Is over. UCS Thursday Friday at 9, 8 Central and streaming on Paramount Plus.
UCLA looking to beat USC for the first time in their launch with Coach USC on a big run to end the first day. I heard you imploring your team to crash the boards, work harder, and to play better transition defense.
I didn't hear you, but I'll tell you, our team's got to play way harder. They out-hustled us, and that's unacceptable. Now, I think we're doing fine when we play on things together. But they won the hustle plays. They got more deflections, more passion plays. That has got to change for us.
It's loud in here. That means there's a lot of fans in here. Smucker inside March Madness, presented by Chevrolet. This is what is at stake. Both UCLA and USC projected as number one seeds with these records. USC could be the overall right now, the overall number 2 behind Texas. That could change depending on what happens with the Texas, South Carolina.
Net ranking. Where's the net ranking coming from?
Notre Dame lose. I mean, there's just so much still happening right now as we speak. We're close making a really good point to AJ. She wants them to be.
I would like to see who's playing the hardest schedule. The strength of schedule for USC was 4th. UCLA 12th.
Watkins splitting the defense like they're not even there, but can't pay it off for the lay-in. Olsen gives it up. Here's Reagan Marshall attacking in and out. Boy, USC's pursuing the offensive boards, but UCLA.
How's that not a foul? Baru?
One touch in what seemed like the final 5 minutes of the first quarter. Here's Hawkins, who's back in the game. She needs to get that ball.
Oh. Why did you do a reverse layup? We could have just gone up. What was that?
Watkins picks up her dribble. Smith passes up the shot. The skip pass. Hoffman with the 3. Hoffman has been just lighting up the distance here too. She's like a keyboard on the floor. The way she plays that she can knock down shots as well. Good movement from USC. Clearly love her. The Oregon State transfer. And then you add in Area Finn, the transfer from Stanford, and they have put together the pieces. There is Dubelich with a deep shot.
All right, 3-point game.
She's a 36% 3-point shooter. Not today. Smith made a tough shot from the baseline. South Carolina taking care of Texas in that SEC championship, 64-45. That's significant for the meaning of this. Yeah, brackets are back. Play CBS Sports bracket games for a chance.
Oh yeah, so the next Sunday is when the brackets come out. I think the men's come out at like 6 or 7, and the women's come out at 8.
So with Texas losing a chance possibly, if USC wins, UCLA wins possibly for the number 1 overall seed for the winner of this game. Dubelich works it over to Rice. So again, a post touch here for Betsy. Hasn't had many of those, but she goes right at the bucket. UCLA needs more of that. Yeah, that's terrific. Warren Betts just at her size, 6'7", able to turn and face it on the deck. Just a unique skill. Area Finn attacking the defense. We saw Area Finn doing that all day yesterday. She just got.
Should I go live for the bracket thing next Sunday night? I guess I should. It's only, I think, probably only an hour show.
And Marshall has picked up her second, trying to defend Betts. And you see Betts here. She's working hard down low and not an easy player to obviously cover in that last possession. A terrific back to the basket play, puts it on the floor, and then at the other end, here you have to. We see some post play here, that's for sure. Some really solid interior baskets early. Marshall's forced to take a seat with the 2 personals.
Olhoffen got tipped with her shot. And quick hands, UCLA this time forcing the turnover. USC, they're scrambling, they're scrapping, it's out on the attack. Trying to save this possession. It'll be over the back. Those are the plays that very close. Man, when she was talking to AJ, you've got to continue to really force some turnovers. Be first to the basketball. Dive for the loose basketball. I mean, that's what you want to see. Those are things that'll get you the possession back. 6 turnovers for the Trojans.
Everything's made to order for Juju. She gets a documentary made of after her freshman year, and all she did was make All-American. Paige wanted Player of the Year as a freshman. There was no documentary about her. Why didn't you just shoot? She's underneath the basket. What? The defender's down. Just shoot. Oh my God, it's insane.
As a number 1 seed, both UCLA and USC are right there, but it's the number 1 overall seed that you want to try to get. These teams have a crack at it. Yeah, they certainly do.
We'll see what I'll wait to see what the rankings are tomorrow and see what this game hands out. What was the final score of the other game? How much did South Carolina win by? They won by 19. They crushed number 1 Texas. That wasn't even a game. They only had 16 points in the first half. How do you score 16 points in a half? I'm not predicting Texas to win. She bent it big time.
And defensively, she comes in and she will definitely make it difficult for anyone she's covering. Bracket week continues over on CBS Sports Network. Only one gets nonstop conference tournament action featuring.
Yeah, UConn has a shot. I thought they were like the second favorites when the season started. But I thought Paige was going to be a little bit better this year. I thought it was like South Carolina, UConn, USC were the favorites. That's who I thought were the favorites. And it's probably that's what it's going to end up being at the end of the year if USC wins this game. Because it's certainly not Texas or UCLA, the way this game's going now and the way UCLA's lost twice to USC. And Texas just got crushed. Let me look that up. Yeah. They give Texas the Juju whistle? Let me look that up in terms of strength of schedule because they just showed that. Excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Yeah, Notre Dame has to get hot again. They have the talent. This isn't play well. They lost a little of their confidence in their swagger, I think. Somehow the Trojans actually survived major foul trouble by like 4 or 5 rotation players in that game. Let me see. And that speaks to their depth. Very athletic out of the game here. Giving her a little breather. Parker, also a transfer from Texas A&M. The most minutes actually she's played in her career was as a freshman with the Aggies. There's about 43 minutes per game. That free throw won't count. A lane violation by Dulich.
And so wipe off that point here for UCLA as you see this is time right now with Lauren Betts on the bench for the Bruins. Certainly another error that court close won't be excited about. Watkins being guarded by Rice. Crossover between the legs, that double team coming. Watkins spins away from it. Rice chases down the rebound, looking for going on speed. To the reach, is it right back to Rice? Good up fake, this is what she can do. Attack, and it's an offensive foul call by Rice. And that's tough because that's what she does well. A really great defensive effort there.
I hate you because we're from different neighborhoods.
I hate you because you look different.
I hate you because I don't understand you.
I hate you because people I know hate you.
I hate you because I think you hate me.
Because I need someone to blame.
Because you talk different.
Because you act different.
Because you're just different. Man, I hate that things are so bad that we have to do a commercial about it.
Me too.
18 has a new guarantee because not everything in life is guaranteed. Let it all out and get our best deals on smartphones like iPhone 16 Pro on us with your choice of our best plans. That's the AT&T guarantee. And right now, trade in your iPhone any year, any condition, and get up to $1,000 towards your new iPhone. Once upon a time, Goldilocks took out the Ram 2500 Rebel. Next, he tried the Ram Charger. Then finally, the Ram RHL. And they were all just right. Right now during Ram Truck Month, get $6,500 total cash allowance on the purchase of select 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. See your local Ram dealer today.
Hey, my treat today. Thank you. But I don't think they take that here. Of course they take Discover. It's accepted at 99% of cases. 99%? I didn't know that. You're stuck in the past. I'm like, really? You were grab. What?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide. Earn cash back at all of them.
Adam Zucker they needed a coin flip to determine the one seed in the SEC. The coin knew. All Sanaya Fagan with a 3 at the end of the third. It was already over. Third straight SEC title. And Lisa, our women's bracketologist Connor Kroll projects the winner of our number one overall seed.
Adam, we love it. UCLA and SC, our game summary right now. The three-point story you see there for the Bruins has kept them close. Rebounding story. It's interesting for the Trojans. 9 of those 15 rebounds
Texas lost.
And USC has capitalized off that. They're getting extra possessions and extra opportunities.
But he got crushed by 19. I think it was, or 21, something like that.
That's important for UCLA to really clean up because you're just giving them extra possessions. They're too offensively pure to allow a team like them to get so many awards.
Oh, the players in UConn used to be from UConn, Connecticut?
Most points through the first 2 seasons. Juju Watkins needed 8 points to surpass Caitlin Clark coming into today. Now sitting in second place and chasing down Ohio State's Kelsey Mitchell.
For what stat is that?
3 scores in 2 seasons. For the first 2 seasons, Juju Watkins needed 8 points to surpass Caitlin Clark coming into today. Now sitting in second place and chasing down Ohio State's Kelsey Mitchell.
Oh. Yeah, Caitlin Clark scored more junior and senior year.
Seasons all from the Big Ten. It really is impressive to see how competitive this conference has been. The fact that 12 teams can get in the NCAA tournament, I mean, that's just huge. And Watkins again drawing yet another foul, this time also against Kiki Rice. And Rice now with getting to the free throw line is just one of those many things. And Liz Goddard, just listening to her talk about Juju, it just was cool. She was telling us, you just see the look in her eyes. Something about her is different. She's one of those special ones. The way she elevates her game.
She's special.
Not teachable about how she plays the game.
What I like is that free throw went in, but it hit the rim, and she kind of shook her head as she pedaled back. She's not used to her free throws hitting the rim. USC just hockeying Rice at the midcourt area. Rice gets it right back, crossover, draws a foul.
Nice play by Rice.
What a play. And I see what they're trying to do here. They want to get all over Rice so she can't see the floor as well. But how about this absorption of that contact?
Guys, excellent play.
Terrific body control here and some hang time. Wow, what a finish.
UCLA still going goofy, made on US. What is that? I don't understand. I don't understand this sentence.
You know, we mentioned that she's the one that called the players-only meeting when UCLA dropped it second to USC. Very close to her. That might be your defining moment as a leader. We have absolutely begged our team, this Bruin team, to be a player-led team. Rice will get a breather.
Rice really, she has worked on her game so much in the offseason too. She told us that she was trying to add the 3 levels to her game. Everyone knows her as a trophy driver, but she's improved her mid-range and she's improved her 3-ball as well.
At least this game is close. I watched 2 blowouts today.
You got 3 blue jerseys around Watkins on that shot attempt. They'll stay here for the basketball. The shot clock resetting to 20.
They know Watkins is going to get her shots. They want to make it just difficult for her.
Watkins, though, has missed her last 6 attempts. She's done a lot of her damage at the free throw line in the first half. Comes back to get it.
See the double team here.
Almost lost her footing. 3-pointer rims out for Smith. Salo gives it up and a foul against Ron Wolverhampton, her first. CBS Friday, head down under with the unstoppable team from 2 countries with one mission. It's NCIS Sydney. New Friday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
We need like a Lauren Betts showing here. Sighting, I guess I should say.
We're going to see now in the bonus. Emmons game versus College game. It's 5 team fouls. And then the opposing team gets 2 free throws. Luis became a starter in year number 2 at UCLA. Mentioned she's an Oregon transfer. Became a starter in the last couple of years.
She really provides the long range ability, stretches the floor well, and terrific rebounder. Finishes 5th in the Big Ten in rebounds per game this last season.
Kuwafo, a little bit of trouble, dragged her pivot foot, and the 5th turnover.
UCLA amping up the pressure here defensively.
They actually called a foul? I mean, a travel?
Kuwafo, a little bit of trouble, dragged her pivot foot, and the 5th turnover.
UCLA amping up the pressure here defensively.
Check out the 7th turnover for SC. Jones gets it right back. Jensen Jones, a 2-player game and a double dribble headed off that screen.
They don't call double dribbles and travel in the NBA. Did she really double dribble?
Throwing a lot of different things at her. Now, one thing that Corey Close has not really done is she doesn't tend to throw the jump defenses at her so much. She does the team defense.
Defenders on Juju Watkins here in the first half. A lot of these players, though, have been tackling the turnover here in the first half. Bleach with too much contact.
That's too much contact. When Caitlin Clark gets that kind of contact on every play. Oh, she did it. She put her hand on her hip. She didn't reach in. Wow.
She does the team defense sort of thing. I think it's all about finding the right person that can kind of contain her.
14 fouls for UCLA. The next one will put USC in the bonus.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Samuels working with 10 seconds on the shot clock. Up top to Watkins. She got that jump step. Back to Samuels. Right off the mark. And a shot clock violation.
Really nice possession there from the Bruins.
There's a women's championships taking place here on this Sunday. This one on CBS, the Big Ten Championship, one of the later tips of the day. Bleach cross-court pass. Jones working on it and trying to find the hot-handed Gardner. Well, UCLA hit his first 5 3-pointers. There's another one from Jones. She's got 2 of those here today in a 7-0 UCLA run.
And London Jones doesn't need a lot of time. She's got a quick release, and she's really feeling hot this weekend.
Right. They also didn't mention how many shots she took to get there. She took 4 shots more per game her freshman year than Caitlin Clark did. So they're saying, oh, she scored more than Caitlin Clark her freshman year. She scored a half a point more than Caitlin Clark her freshman year, but she took 4 shots a game to do it. It doesn't matter. If Caitlin Clark did that, they'd be screaming inefficiency. Come on, Lauren Betts. Jesus. No and 1? Come on. They breathed on her. You got to give her a foul call. Yeah, Lauren Betts is. She's not going to get Player of the Year for sure. She'd be lucky if she make first team All-American, and you're showing in these 3 games against USC.
Down low, and then the other end, a tremendous effort there, an effort play with the block. You've got to be so cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of great shot blockers on this team.
They all say that she can do everything. She can't do everything. She's not a particularly good passer. She doesn't make her teammates better. She shoots at a low percentage. Stop it. Please. She's a great player, but she's not a perfect player. Her offense is overrated. She's an excellent defender, but it's not always there intensity-wise. She seems not like Juju plays defense. Gosh, I mean, I'm not even picking on her. I'm just trying to point out flaws in her game.
There's not much that Juju can do with the basketball that far out. And now you send her to the line.
Right, and we've seen a few of those fouls committed right around in that area.
These people are. I feel sorry for Juju. She's just trying to play basketball.
Certainly lit the world of Los Angeles on fire. This rivalry has renewed interest in LA. First 2 meetings. Celebrities in the house, folks, of course, like Cheryl Miller, Reggie Miller.
Yeah, I heard Mick make that Carmelo Anthony thing. He said she's a better version of who's that guard? I criticize Caitlin Clark's flaws all the time. Why can't they do that with Juju? It doesn't make her any better than she is, saying she's better than she is. Her ability level is the same, no matter how poorly you describe it. Ryan Howard, yeah, Mick said she's a slightly bigger, better version of Ryan Howard. She's better than Ryan Howard was in college. But Ryan Howard was good in college. She was like first team All-American. Then she went up against Caitlin Clark when Caitlin Clark was a freshman, and Caitlin Clark just crushed them in that game leading up to the UConn game. It was the round of 32. Caitlin Clark had a big game, and Ryan Howard did not. And Ryan Howard had made first team All-American above Caitlin Clark by AP, but not by the Basketball Writers Association. It's a good pass by Juju. Sorry. I think. Do you think the Euro step? Do you think that's traveling? It seems like an extra step to me.
Between the Trojans and the Bruins, and this one for the Big Ten Tournament Championship.
Okay, so they're not going to win a dance contest there.
Let's check in with AJ Ross.
You all collectively shot 47% in that first half against the UCLA team that has led this conference in scoring defense. How do you keep that intensity going in the second half?
Just a love fest. So what's Juju's numbers? How many free throws does she have? 30? Let me just see what it is.
Give the ball to Juju. That's a good plan. I would say so. That's the end of the first half. The score is 45-35. We'll get you to Adam Zucker in our New York studio for AT&T at the half after the break. This is NCAA
Juju.
Championship Weekend presented by All.
It's 5 free. She has no turnovers though. Only 1 assist. 5 for 13. So that's not a good shooting percentage. She already has 8 free throws. She's taken all 8 free throws for her team. Okay, tell us we're paranoid again, please. Tell me that again, how we're paranoid.
Give me a break, Logan.
I know, it's just silly. They didn't even say it about Paige after she won her freshman year. They could light up the WNBA. They didn't go 3 years ahead to say what she was going to do. Oh, it's Dwayne Wade. Yeah, he got a lot of free throws in that 2006 finals when he led him to the championship. Yeah, it's sorry. I get. It's just. I don't really care. Her personality seems nice enough. That's just not it. Just the media is just. They're never going to accept the fact that a white woman could get this much attention and this much money and be this good in a black sport. It's bothering them so much. I could give a crap what color any of these women are.
Introducing McAfee Plus, all-in-one protection that goes beyond your devices. It protects you, your identity, and privacy. With McAfee Plus, you can enjoy life online confidently, because safety has a feeling all its own. Once upon a time, a bunch of girls were screaming.
Right. Well, because of it's like this. Well, if you call your girl or your woman generation, we're going to call our girl or our woman generational. That's all it is. It's like Al Duncan thinks Paige Becker's generational. Other people have said Paige Becker's generational. How many generational players can there be in a 3-year period? If it's any more often than every 5 years, it's silly. Generation's 20 or 25 years, but at least in sports, it might be a different definition. Renee Montgomery doing the halftime show. She's a owner who says they're not like us.
Taking over is crazy because she could easily have 20 plus. She missed a couple layups, but this is what she does. She just goes downhill. It's hard to stop her. Hit her with a little euro right there. Easy basket. But when she gets the rebound, look out because now she's going straight downhill. Nobody pulls up on her. Take all 3 of those. And right here, this is her. Just euroing all over the place. It's hard to stop her because if you don't come out on her, she shoots a 3. If you do come out on her, she's going to euro right back.
Yeah, Lauren Betts needs to shoot more.
Lauren Betts is struggling. She averages 20 and 10, but in the both games that UCLA lost to USC, she struggled. They have big bodies that they can put on her. Yet USC.
You've seen a lot of games that they haven't seen before. That exactly.
I like what UCLA is doing with their threes. They've got 6 threes already. Play some small ball, and then you got to get the ball out of Juju's hands. You got to go double Juju because when she goes one-on-one, she gets to the foul line or scores.
I love the passion, the effort that USC is playing with. I mean, they're diving all over the floor. Watch this key play here. This sums up the first half. Maria Samuels just sells out. Korberg wants that loose ball more. Look at the effort. That's how you win Big Ten championship.
That was a nice play, though. I will say that.
Gets it to Area Finn. Just a tremendous job of coming in and playing and getting all those extra possessions. Plus 9 on the offensive glass. They've got 9 more shot attempts because they are just first to the ball. They're getting more rebounds offensively than UCLA is defensively. Double them up there, 12-6, 23-9.
Surprised they have 3 guys in a women's basketball game at halftime. ESPN would have 4 black women, but now they've hired some white women for the tournament.
Absolutely, and shout to South Carolina and their bench because their bench has been doing numbers all season long, but especially in this tournament, they've been great.
And those are 2 projected 1 seeds as well. But as we showed you, CBS thinking our Big Ten champ will be the one who gets the number 1 overall. Bit of a surprise in the ACC. Duke was down by as much as 14. Wally, Ashley Jackson with the 3-pointer. They get the lead. They never look back. Nope. And then Duke's Galucci. Ottawa gets the bucket underneath. 22-10 and 4 assists.
Duke's surprise winner. Yeah, she only has a really small percentage of the ownership from what I understand, but I couldn't find an exact amount. She's not like the primary owner or.
Since 1998, second NCAA tournament win. Champions again. All right, we got a lot more to get to here. Back with more AT&T at the half after this.
Finally done. Done with what? I just signed 1,819,154 thank you cards for people who bought stuff on last year's Day of Giving.
David, you know, on March 26th, we're doing another Day of Giving.
Another Day of Giving.
Yeah, each year we give 100% of sales to local charities.
This year we do a group text. Join us Wednesday, March 26th for Jersey Mike's annual Day of Giving. Be a Summer Brothers.
First and all, the 2025 CIA Big Ten Basketball Tournament returns to Indianapolis. The Gainbridge Fieldhouse will host the annual celebration of Big Ten Group, March 12th to the 16th. Tickets are on sale now, so head to BigTen.org/NBBT to secure your seats today. You go through the home court advantage as they battle for a tournament title. Don't miss the 2025 CIA Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament in Indianapolis.
Dating Seven Central and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Hey, here he is. Let's do this.
All right. Get great lease offers on all-wheel drive Toyota SUVs and trucks, including a stylish Corolla Cross, RAV4 Hybrid, and a four-wheel drive Toyota Tundra. Shop online and visit your Toyota dealer today.
Go from reading it to driving it today.
Toyota, let's go places.
You need UCLA to win to believe any of this is real. It's all fake. CC can join Unrivaled under the condition. I would love to have if Nafisa Collier plays for Indiana Fever, it's over with. There's a dynasty automatically because they're going to have other players obviously too. It couldn't just be those two, but that's a dynasty right there. They're going to be the two best players in the league for probably the next 3 years till Nafisa Collier starts to get old or whatever. She's in her peak right now. It's going to be Caitlin Clark will be the best player in the league by the end of the year, and Nafisa Collier will be second, and Asia Wilson will be third. Maybe Brianna Stewart will be fourth, or somebody else may step up. But Brianna Stewart's on the downside of her career right now. Yeah, CC go. Yeah, I'll join your league. You're signing us as a free agent. When does her contract run out? Collier's contract run out? Does anyone know? I mean, Collier adds all that defense. Are you kidding me? That'd be huge.
On the men's side, tickets have already been punched earlier on CBS. Bradley trying to stop Drake from completing the Missouri Valley Conference three-peat themselves. Isn't gonna happen while
Yeah, is everybody's contract ends in 2025? I don't know how it's, I don't know if that's true. Is everybody a free agent after 2025? They have a new collective bargaining agreement. So, I mean, Caitlin Clark will have a lot of championships, and she'll have somewhat of an unfair advantage because people are going to want to play with her. Of course, don't tell the hatrons that because they're anything they're going to say. She will get the most talent around her, and she will have a dynasty. But wouldn't you want to play for Michael Jordan? Wouldn't you want to play for her? And you'd want to play for her even more if you want to try to get easy shots.
And UCLA has to find ways to get those hustle plays that you were talking about, Wally. That's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah. I think they got to get away from Lauren Betts. She can't score against them. They got too many bodies. I think they got to spread it out, and they got to shoot threes. They've got 6 threes already. They're shooting the ball well, but they got to get the ball out of Juju Watkins' hands. You can't stop her. She's not shooting a great percentage, but she's on the foul line all day. You got to get it out of her hands and make somebody else beat you. She moves at a different speed. You can tell she glides around out there on the floor. If UCLA wants to get back in this game, though, Lauren Betts has to do something, I think, in the second half.
Do you guys think that look?
Even if it's rebound,
Those two against USC's threes are not going to do it. Watkins already has 18. She's had at least 30 in both games against them. That'll do it for now, though, from New York, the second half.
Do you guys think, assuming Lauren Betts has a rather ordinary second half, do you think her stock, because of these 3 games against USC where she got somewhat exposed, do you think her stock dropped a decent amount for the WNBA draft? That's my question for the 4 people in our audience. Now, if she has a big half and then she plays great in the NCAA tournament, that's completely different. But right now, she's looking like her stock dropped to me. Because if you can't, you got to play well against the best centers in college because the pros are even better. So it shows that you're not going to translate to the next level when you can't come up big against the better centers and better teams when you're in college.
best deals on smartphones like iPhone 16 Pro. On us, we do choose our best plans. That's the AT&T.
I mean, she's got some skills, but I also got to find a way to get her more shots. That's on the coach and the players, obviously, but
big goals, big inventions, big research. We embrace big stages. We relish big screens. We love riding big waves. We know our way around big games too. Thanks to big names,
So
big journeys began with us. Now we're ready for the latest.
Juju's whistle is going to take her to a title this year. And then maybe there'll be some backlash because of it, and maybe she won't get such a great whistle next year. But right now, no way. That whistle's on a roll. She's getting the calls that James Harden used to get that they stopped giving him around 4 or 5 years ago. Where she initiates the contact and somehow she gets a foul call.
Wilmington University is in the game, and our students are thriving. Whether you're looking to upskill,
If she spent some time with Lisa Leslie, it would go further than it did with Reese. Yeah, except that Lisa Leslie was a post player mainly. So, Betts. Oh, yeah, Betts. Oh, sure, yeah. Lisa Leslie could help any. Lisa Leslie was a great player. She could help any of those bigs a lot. She seems pretty bright, too, when you hear her interviewed. Although she's crazy that she thought that she shouldn't necessarily gotten those coaching jobs when she had no head coaching experience for 5-on-5 basketball. She didn't put in the dues for 5-on-5. She should have. She should have started, down below and got some 5-on. She should have started coaching right after she retired.
Los Angeles against Los Angeles, UCLA against USC here at halftime. Julianne and Lisa with you. And Julianne, the Big Ten Player of the Year, Juju Watkins, the only player in double figures, 18 points, even after seeing 4 different defenders in the first half.
She did what Juju does well, and she scored in a variety of ways. She defended and led to their offense. She really got them going and in rhythm, and I really thought that USC's, obviously, rebounding game was incredible. Their 12 offensive rebounds led to a lot of offense.
Don Staley. Yeah, well, I think Gino can work the refs well, too. So that's true. It's a good point, Dan. Yeah, they have respect from the refs. So, but I just see USC having an advantage. I saw what happened in the fourth quarter yesterday. She trips, she gets fouled. She goes over the top, the other woman gets a foul call. She trips again, she gets a foul call. There's no contact, and she gets an and one. Probably, unless Hannah Dago has a great season one of those 2 years. Sarah Strong, you don't know how good she's going to become. Maybe 2 years from now, Sarah Strong will be the best player in the country. She has such a great all-around game and such an intelligent game, so mature game. I'm not overbuilding her up. I'm just saying she has a lot of potential to get really, really good. And I'm going to go. Let's see how good that little Aaliyah Chavez is, a little spark plug. She comes in next year. She's got some flair to her, too. She'll be exciting to watch next year. I think that's her name, Aaliyah Chavez. I don't think she even chose a college.
But they've got to get her more involved, and Kiki has to get going as well. Kiki Rice.
Juju trying to get going here with 2 seconds on the shot clock.
Trying to go back to back. At that time, Von Olhoffen will drive and penetrate another offensive rebound for LC. They get 3 opportunities again. We've seen that a few times when they've gotten 3 looks on one possession.
Yeah, that's another thing they've got to clean up. They've got to be able to get to those loose rebounds. Long shots means long rebounds.
Ooh, nice steal. Now that's a turnover. I wonder if the scorekeeper is going to give her a turnover.
Now, this is really good. I mean, this is the kind of hustle UCLA needs to continue to see, but Juju Watkins continues her hustle as well. And you notice she never sits back. I mean, she never just relaxes on either end of the floor. She plays with a sense of calmness, and she has a poise about her, but she never.
Oh, God.
She's always hustling.
So she gets that from her parents, mom and dad. Dad played football, mom track and field.
Melissa Falwell, she won't be player of the year if she at South Carolina. She won't get enough minutes. She's a talent.
First half stats showing UCLA lost that battle 23-9. She also pointed to
I know. Where's this? It's like, well, that's Juju who was sloppy ball handling. Why don't they say that?
SC's only got 8 second chance points off of those offensive rebounds. 14 offensive rebounds. You think that
Dawn won't let her loose. Sorry, she has no chance of being player of the year. I'm not saying she won't be a good WNBA player. She has no chance of being player of the year at South Carolina, anyways. She goes to Notre Dame, yeah. Olivia Miles graduates this year. She could just take her place there, and Hannah Doggo could be point guard, 100% point guard instead of, a third of the time this year. And they'd be a great backcourt. I would transfer to Notre Dame. Notre Dame turns out all the good guards. Like there's 6 guards in the WNBA right now that are good guards from Notre Dame. There's 1 from South Carolina, and like none from UConn, except for what Paige will be next year.
USC taking it out from the baseline. Corey Close trying to plead even with the officials, trying to get some calls going her way. This run is extending.
Good luck. Trying to get calls her way. Good luck.
So 11 turnovers for the Trojans. Smith defending Rice. Rice, the second leading scorer for UCLA.
It's just a bad pass.
Marshall was right there. Kids hesitates against Betts. Area Finn pursuing the offensive boards, but picks up her 3rd personal. She had gotten into foul trouble. I talked about the last between these two teams last game of the regular season.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if she stays in the game here for very long. I think Coach Conley was probably going to get her out.
Going to tight, Kennedy Smith now with the personal. Her second, and the team second. As he got in so far, the area Finn playing for those 3 personals. Justin here in the full court. UCLA Jones steps right behind the 3-pointer.
All right.
And with 3 threes today, London Jones becomes the 4th Bruin all-time with 200-plus triples and a career.
She's absolutely unconscious this tournament. She's got to continue to get looks. She's made the ones she's gotten.
It's going to be all free throws. That's what it's going to be. Oh, foul? What a surprise. Let's see the replay. Show us the replay, please. We want to see if it was really a foul. Come on, they won't show when it's questionable as a foul. I noticed they don't show the replay. Like on that second time she got tripped yesterday, they wouldn't show the replay at a different angle so we could see for sure.
You can tell that UCLA is trying to get it.
Another foul.
But they're forcing it a little bit and not getting the right angles to get it to her.
I don't know whether there was a foul or not. I couldn't tell whether she slapped her hand or not, but I'd like to see the replay. With Juju, they anticipate the foul call and they just start calling it right away.
Raises the rim on the three-point attempt. An offensive rebound for USC. These boards are absolutely killing it. Make it 15 to the game. Killing you, UCLA.
A buzzer beater? We don't need that. Then just like they'll really say there's nothing she can't do.
There's the one-on-one coverage. Betts draws the foul. If UCLA could just carbon copy that possession.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a nice job by Betts.
I know. I'll play it. I'll play it on my computer on slow motion and see if I can find out. But I'm on watching on TV right now. But it's, if I can get it.
Really physical in the last meeting against Lauren Betts. Like so physical, Corey Close thought it was a little bit too much physicality when she went back and watched the tape.
Yeah, she doesn't think she gets the call. She's 6'7", so a lot of times.
Yeah, Rob saw the play and he goes, "She tripped on her own. That was an awful call." He said that's because that drives me crazy. He says they anticipate the foul. Rob refs, so he knows they do that. So they anticipate a foul and blow a whistle early. Just wait for the play to develop, he says.
Gardner for three. Gardner now 2 of 6. All her field goal attempts for three-point territory. On the move. Count the bucket. A big one. Von Oelhoffen with a three-point play possibly.
Von Oelhoffen has really come up strong here. And this is the depth of Lindsay Gottlieb's squad. She just has so many people she can turn to.
Juju plays 50 minutes a game.
Nice job here just hanging in transition. When USC gets out and runs, that is their game. That's what they want. They want up this tempo, and they've been able to do that successfully here. UCLA coming into this game needed to make this a half-court, grind it out type of game for them to benefit them. Just slow down. It hasn't done that.
Can't convert on the end one. But before that bucket, USC was over its last it's trying to take advantage of a close spurt here by USC. Betts. The last couple of possessions, she's gotten a good touch.
A really nice job of going very athlete in the game right now, and that's just a good job getting it to her.
That's now with 8 points. She averages just over 20 per. It's a long two. Gets the bounce. A 2-pointer for Juju and another 20-point game. Her 26th of the season.
She just creates that.
That's only her first 2 points of the third quarter, right?
So multifaceted in her skill set.
Watkins' first points of the third quarter in the second half, and Gardner has another 3-pointer, make it 3 in the game.
That has really been a sweet spot for UCLA. They are shooting the ball well from the perimeter.
USC calls it timeout. Lindsay Gottlieb to talk about it.
No, the white refs like Juju and dislike Caitlin too if they're overly woke. Not normal, but they can be on the side of the anti-Clark thing. You've seen the article. My sirens? Yeah. My sirens in my background, you mean? I'm in downtown Philly. I live a block and a half from the fire department. Yeah, I live a block and a half from the fire department, and then I'm on Broad Street, which is the main street, one of the two main roads that crisscross in downtown Philly. So there's some cops going by there sometimes. But it's more often, I think, the fire department. Literally is a block and a half away. Yes, she will have a good rookie. I thought of that. She will have a good whistle in the WNBA, even as a rookie, which is really going to piss me off. Because first of all, I don't think they should get a bad whistle just because they're a rookie, but that's what the tradition is. And they won't follow that tradition with her. I don't think they followed it with Angel Reese. I don't think Angel Reese got a good whistle. I think Angel Reese gets a good whistle. She fouls all the time when she pushes it off and she hips checks people and charges and goes over the top of people. Angel Reese gets a good whistle. Yeah. I think she's going to get a great whistle for her entire career, at least until Caitlin Clark retires. She'll be overhyped and overrated until Caitlin Clark retires. And even then, they'll continue to overhype her and overrate her because they want her to overtake Caitlin Clark. So she will be like that her entire career. She's been designated the savior of the league. They got to save it. They got to save the league and women's basketball from this white woman who did nothing wrong but play exciting basketball. That's all. That's what's going to happen. That's what's happening now. All Caitlin Clark did is play exciting, great basketball and got a big fan base, and people lost their minds. One of the most likable athletes to come around in years, and they want to tear her down. They want to replace her. Am I missing something? That's all. Is that all? That's all that's happening. I could care less what race. I didn't know what race Caitlin Clark was till when I heard about her. She said it was what's it, Lauren? No, Carolyn Peck. I was just happening to watch. I don't watch much women's basketball at the time. It was for Caitlin Clark's freshman year, and she got in the air. I don't know. I think I was watching a Connecticut game or something. It was halftime, and she said, "The most exciting woman in college basketball and women's college basketball is a freshman named Caitlin Clark." She didn't say what race she was. She just said plays for Iowa. I looked her up and I went to watch her play, and I was like, "Wow, this woman's exciting." And I went to check her out, not knowing what race she was. I just started watching her.
She basically had her picking of schools, as you can imagine. Lives Juju with 6 seconds on the shot clock. Area fit, mid-range, gets partially blocked by Barker. And Coach Gottlieb got the job coming from the Cavs.
I don't know. She's got the best whistle I've ever seen in my life. I mean, nothing's going to be bad as Caitlin. Clayton has the worst whistle I've ever seen in my life. And I'm not one to exaggerate like that. I don't believe in conspiracies much at all. But I do with Caitlin. Oh, there's some contact there, isn't there? God, I thought she hurt it. Looked like she hit her arm when she was trying to shoot. I don't know. Lauren Betts doesn't seem to get a good whistle. Oppressive Becky. Becky Hammond? Is that what you're talking about?
Let's do this.
We're here for the limited plan. $25 a line.
What it comes with.
iPhone 16 Pro, one for each of you.
Right now, get $25 a line for the whole family and iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. We'll get 4 on us.
Well, her rookie whistle won't be as good as her college whistle, but it's still going to be good.
NCIS Sydney is all new. CBS Friday at 8/7 Central and streaming on Paramount Plus.
CC, you call her the oppressive Becky? It's really just sad. It's really sad that our society sees race so much. It drives Rob and I crazy. Obviously, we all see it. I just try to do my best for not to even affect how I think or rate people or treat people. I know. She's colonizing the game. Someone actually said that. Someone said Caitlin Clark was colonizing the game.
I need to lay low for a couple days. It's too much heat on this car.
Too much heat.
I only paid for a Hyundai Tucson.
Woo. Listen, Jen, I need to lay low for a few days.
Yeah, it's.
Why? It feels so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
It really makes me disappointed in society. It's really crazy.
Insurance companies try to cheat you out of what you deserve, and some lawyers go along. We fight for every penny and we win.
Oh, okay. I thought you got quotes around it, so I didn't know if that they actually said it. It wouldn't surprise me if they did.
Saturday on CBS, the fantastic month of March for hoop fans continues, beginning with the Big Ten Tournament men's semifinals, followed by the Mountain West Tournament men's championship. We'll get you set for the day beginning at noon Eastern with Inside College Basketball presented by.
I know it's they don't say it. You can just tell by their take. Oh well, Caitlin Clark averaged 4 point something. I wrote it down. Free throws. I did a video on that the other day. I think Caitlin Clark had 4 point. I don't know where it was. Caitlin Clark averaged 4.5 free throws a game. So she'll average more than 5. I think it was in college. Caitlin Clark got like 6.84. But when she got in the WNBA, sorry, we're not giving you those calls. Well, she took fewer shots though. But Juju gets 8.3 free throws a game right now. Those are James Harden numbers, and she's playing a 40-minute game. But it's not just the number of free throws, because she does drive to the basket a lot. It's the fact that she gets every call her way. They got it down back to 7 at least. They need to score here. All right, finally. Come on, Lauren Betts, do something. Jeez. Finally.
And you really see some confidence pouring over her in the last 2 possessions. She's able to score. That's just what a player needs often to get yourself going. She hasn't taken a lot of shots. I mean, really, before these 2 shots that she's made, she had only taken 6. That's not enough for a player of her caliber, and that is a terrific.
That's what I've been saying. She needs to take more shots.
Could be turning. Betts makes the free throw. She's 7 of the last 10 points for UCLA.
All right, hey, it's a 4-point game. This game's not over with. Don't let Lucy Golson gain more popularity. Are they going to come after Lucy if she becomes too popular? Are they going to start gaslighting her?
Yeah, I thought there might have been some blocking going on here for sure. I mean, right there. That's actually got away with that. She had a little body into Juju.
Oh, God. Missed that foul call on Juju. My God, the world's going to end. I don't know if that was it. That looked like the body contact was created by her. Yes, I mean that's one of the things that they don't understand. That's why her game's inefficient at times. She forces shots. They think she has no weaknesses. No, she has weaknesses. Stop it. Caitlin Clark doesn't force shots very often at all. Sometimes he forces passes. That I'll say. But I think she'll do that less this year. Got it down to 2. That was a nice pass by Juju. She needs to do more of that. Yeah, I saw that it went up too. She started out the year less than 90% and just kept getting it. After the break, she went even higher, I think. And she practices she practices free throws a lot, and that's what other people don't. That's the difference between Caitlin Clark. Is Caitlin Clark puts more time into her game than anybody else, I think. So she's working out with weights now too. She looks all bulked up. Everyone said so. There's the dance team, and it looks like there's a guy in the dance team. I think UCLA is just really tired of losing to USC, and they're starting to turn it on finally. All right. Let's hope the refs don't determine this game.
These two teams traveling 2,000 plus miles from LA to Indy to battle for the championship. That's the end of the third quarter. The score 54-52. This is the NCAA Conference Championship weekend presented by Allstate.
Never took a shot she didn't like. Start with an eye patch.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know, performance and durability.
She also had a ruptured eardrum too, when she got, and it was a pick call. She said it was a legal play. I think it was. Gosh, it was Brianna Stewart. Yeah. Anyway. Right. Yeah. She couldn't do that, but I think the ruptured ear thing that could have affected her shooting last year. She's gonna be on fire this year. I'd be really surprised. I mean, she has no excuses this year. I'm not saying we made excuses for her. We made reasons for her last year. I think there were reasons, but she has no reasons, no excuses, whatever you want to call it, for not shooting better this year, not having fewer turnovers, not playing better defense, them not winning more games. They have everything in place for her to succeed. So it's up to her now, which I have confidence she will do it. Kurt Rambis look. I think the Fever are going to win the championship. And I didn't predict anything special for the Indiana last year. I just said they'd make the playoffs. That's all Rob and I predicted. We just said, well, yeah, all they needed was 5 more wins than the year before, and that team that had 13 would have made the playoffs. So I said, we can see 5 more games with Caitlin added. And they got 7 more games, so.
It matters where you stay.
get a better number one transfer portal recruit. Oh, I see. For next year. Yeah. Notice she had to add Kiki. Caitlin Clark didn't. Caitlin Clark played with 3-star recruits and 1 4-star recruit. Both times she went to the national championship. First, the starters.
The first Big Ten championship for either UCLA or South Carolina or USC. We head down to AJ.
That's true. About 3-point shooters and free throw shooters. No, Leah Boston's okay. You guys are being too hard on Leah Boston. She comes in shape, works on her post moves.
USC won the regular season championship by beating UCLA twice. Trying to sweep the championships in the first year of Big Ten play, an expanded Big Ten conference.
Yeah, I think Leah Boston will be fine. Her and Caitlin can get their defensive rebound, and the other 3 people can run the court.
Across the country, a real treat to watch these 2 teams tangle for the 3rd time this season.
2 programs really peaking at the same exact time. And just so happens they crossed our rivals. Very exciting.
I mentioned the 2 arenas are about 15 miles apart. That's what, like 3 hours of drive time in LA traffic, right?
Probably not driving to LA.
Well, it's an air ball that went all the way over the basket on that attempt. It's an opportunity here for UCLA. Fast lead coming in the first quarter. It was 11 to 10. There's only been 1 lead change here tonight.
I don't agree with all of Rudy's opinions, so he would trade her. She's a 2-time All-Star and Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year in college. She has some talent. You'll see some tie game. You'll see some veterans help her out. They came in that has some skills. They got a better coach. Keep in mind her development was slowed down by having a lousy coach for 2 years. I agree with that part, that she's not in shape. She didn't show up in camp in shape last year, and I was ticked off about it. I've criticized her like about 20 times in the videos. But I think she'll show up in shape for camp. I saw her in 60 Minutes, and she goes, "Yeah, I would like three more zeros on my salary." I go, "Well, then work harder. You want 3 more zeros in your salary? How about working for it?" And she's got weak hands. She gets the ball knocked out of her hands all the time underneath the post. All right. This game is not over with. Unrival's different. We'll see what happens. You can tell me I was wrong at the end of the year. I think she'll have a fine season. I don't think her numbers will be huge because they got more talent this year, but I think she'll play fine. And if she's not, Dantas can play backup center and spread the floor. You put Dantas in, and then you put in Sophie Cunningham and Lexi Hall, and you've got runners that you don't need Dantas to run. She can get the rebounds with Caitlin Clark, and when they take out their starting lineup, and they still have people to run. So I'm good with it. If they need defense, they put in Turner instead of Dantas. No foul on Watkins? Come on. Where's her call?
Is the call, so another turn.
Backcourt violation. What did they do?
USC side. How about the sea of blue here surrounding
Oh,
Juju?
nice block.
Almost 3 blocks per game, showing you why
Wow, what a block. That was like all ball.
country.
Behind the line? Yeah, that guy, the annoying guy who's funny. Yeah, I've watched him. He's a little conservative for my taste, but he is funny. A little annoying too, but right. He's I think he's rude, calling it garbage dump and pretend basketball. But I think he's funny at times. He says some funny lines. And he's no dummy. He gets a lot of views on his. I haven't listened to him recently. I forgot all about him. He used to come in my thread when they were screwing over Caitlin Clark in the beginning of the year. I was watching him. He has a video on the history of the WNBA, which is really good. And he went over how they were actually popular the first 3 years, and then they started doing their social media stuff. And they went on strike for more money or something, and then after that, they lost all their popularity. They had a decent start. At their social media, you know what I'm saying? Their social agendas. That's an encouraging sign that Juju Watkins drove 2 times in a row and didn't get a foul call. That looked like a body contact on that one.
And Rice here gets it blocked. And then she stays with it. Samuels with the hustle. I mean, that's what she does. She's a bitch. She hustles, like you said, a bit bold. But what a hustle play from.
Well, she was out of control yesterday, and she still got the calls.
To the free throw line. Next Sunday, we find out who's in and who's out. This year's bracket is revealed on the NCAA men's basketball.
Yeah, bagging on ESPN, I'm all for. It was pretty disgusting what they did last year with Caitlin Clark, having to do with the Olympics and Angel Reese and all that stuff, ranking her the 6th best rookie behind Kate Martin. And then all the women, every time they came out on the channel, they overrated Angel Reese and underrated Caitlin Clark. They made up all sorts of excuses about the Olympic team.
There's defensive efforts to give them the extra possessions they want. 19 UCLA turnovers, 3 in the last 5 possessions, and it's what USC can do. They average 19 turnovers forced against opponents here this year. So UCLA right at that mark. 5.5 to go in this one. Watkins, she tosses it away. Here comes
Oh! Come on.
This quarter, they've really done a great job. That was nice anticipation.
Jesus, you gotta this is a championship game. You can't blow a dribble on a breakaway. For heaven's sakes. Okay. Juju's passing better than she normally does. I'll give her credit for that. I'm not afraid to give her credit. Nice shot. It's high off the backboard. I like that. USC looks frazzled. So Juju's just going to drive to the basket and try to get a call. What we got here? Juju, 6 for 22. How come no one's talking about the fact that she's 6 for 22? Tell me that. 5 turnovers, 2 assists, 6 for 22, 1 for 5 for threes. Why are we not talking about the fact that she's not playing well? Why can't they just say that? When Caitlin Clark has a bad game, I talk about it. Yeah.
You know, we're doing it again this year, right? Again, join us for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving via Sub Above.
No signature shoe to release. Yeah, I don't understand Nike. They're losing so much money because Caitlin Clark, every year they're not selling shoes. They're losing money. I know the fans aren't going away next year, but still, you could be selling them for a whole year before that. A year worth of Caitlin Clark shoe sales must be a ton of money. I could design a shoe for in a week. It's so stupid. They have computers now where they can design things so easily. My God, it's just unbelievable. I'm sure they have the design softwares and all that kind of stuff that.
You never knew you needed. Spring forward with real unlimited data and get a free 5G phone with select plans on America's most reliable 5G.
Yeah, it's just weird. But even Asia Wilson's shoe took too long to come out. It's just ridiculous. They used to do it in 6 months. Why? They were negotiating with her for like a year and a half. Like what's just how does it take so long to negotiate and make a shoe? She could have had her own shoe out before Caitlin Clark got in the league. All they had to do is sign a contract and put a shoe out 2 years ago. And we wouldn't even be talking about any of this. Nike's an insane company. I can't believe they actually still exist. God, I would love to interview these people.
They've won 13 of the last 17 Summit League titles. And the A-10 goes to George Mason, who will make their first ever tournament appearance. Paula Suarez with 23, including the buzzer beater to end the third quarter. Their chance to go advancing. Now let's find out who's going to win Big Ten.
Yeah, let's find out. We love ourselves. Bunch of tickets here to get to the NCAA tournament. Here's the Jersey Mike's Subs game summary. UCLA currently on this 18-4 run to take control of this game.
They've done a great job just holding down Watkins.
They're getting out rebounded. They have more turnovers.
They've really upped their game defensively. They've held on to the basketball a little bit better, and they've been able to score on the offensive end and do what they want to do well. And of course, Bex has come alive.
Well, that's true. Asia Wilson probably is difficult to work with, to deal with.
18 points in the first half, 47% from the field, and then in the second half, just the 2 points, 17% shooting. 2 times, 2 lead changes. Biggest lead, UCLA had to battle back from being down 13. Julian Gianni Gray, Lisa Bronson, AJ Ross with you for the first meeting of the Big Ten Tournament Championship between UCLA and USC. Los Angeles rivals going at it. Barker trying to foul.
Again, getting the ball into Barker, utilizing her ability as their power forward.
Brooks telling us she's going to go Barker's way. Big Ten Sixth Player of the Year.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. That's my favorite word for that. Flabbergasted, Rob says. I like to say I'm flabbergasted. It's mind-boggling. I can't explain it.
UCLA's largest lead here, +6. She's done a fantastic defensive job on Watkins. Has made every possession tough. Watkins gives it up. Everything calls her
Why
out.
couldn't they do this in their first 2 games against Watkins?
Another block for Betts, but USC will get possession on the baseline.
Betts has really dominated the paint defensively.
So Betts woke up second half.
She's really good at her body control. But doing that without fouling.
Betts realized that she's a star and she has to play like one.
They got a timeout here by USC. The third block for Betts, and her team is up 6.
My new car. Please bring me good juju.
You need a Juju? Juju Watkins, check this out.
Wow, that is good, but I just wanted to make sure my car has coverage.
Oh, you don't need me. You need like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
The State Farm agent can help you choose the right coverage at a price that's right for you.
So who's that person one-on-one?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Take a look at your game reset. A couple of timeouts left for both of these teams. Remember, you have to get to 5 team fouls to get in the bonus here in women's college basketball. Philly Rockets UCLA scoring. The Bruins have been just getting it done in a variety of ways, but really doing it in the paint. And Lord Betts has been terrific. Kiki Rice here with the finish these extra possessions.
I wonder if the refs heard us complain about Juju whistle and they're giving a fair whistle this half.
USC is still cold in the second half. Out of that timeout, got a good look at it for Avery Howell in the corner. They get cold. I think they're a little tired after tackling yesterday, and also give credit to UCLA's defense. 0 for 9 for USC in this quarter. No field goals for the Trojans in the fourth. Parker looking to attack. Watkins comes up with it, surveying her options. Calls her on number, Euro step, draws the foul. It's been a minute.
That was a foul.
For Juju Watkins to go to the free throw line. That's what's very frustrating.
Although the Euros are travel as far as I'm concerned, but
Nice job. You know she's going to take over at some point and look to get opportunity.
yeah, she slapped her hand.
She got to the free throw line a lot early in this game. She's drawn 10 of UCLA's 17 fouls tonight. And she just drew the fourth on Kiki Rice. So 3 players for UCLA with 4 personal fouls. Rice and Jones and Hopkins. There's your foul trouble. No one with 4 personal fouls yet for the Trojans. Watkins 4 points in the second half. 22 points in the game.
Notice they still don't mention her shooting percentage or her turnovers or anything like that.
NC Gatlin coming in as the #1 tournament seed. The winner of this one, though, Texas losing to South Carolina to get the #1 overall seed of the NCAA tournament. Incredible, up for grabs here. To the reach, a peek into the box makes the catch. Wafu with the personal. She's done a great job here defensively. But Betts has commanded the ball a lot more this quarter. Yeah, she gave her problems previously in the first 2 meetings. And for those defensive purposes.
You're not allowed to have your arm around the offensive player. So I don't know why she's looking all confused. You're only allowed to put your elbow up against her back. That's all you're allowed to do. Rice is having a pretty good game just in terms of. You think Betts will be a superstar in the WNBA? I don't know. I have mixed feelings. She's got nice size. She's got some talent. If she played with someone like Caitlin who can get her the ball underneath the basket, she'd be better off. She needs a good point guard to get her the ball.
The focus here on the mental game and the reset heading into the Big Ten tournament after losing twice to USC in the regular season. Largest lead of the game now for UCLA. Well, they've worked on that confidence. Not good. Yet another offensive rebound. Here's Howell. Howell's hit it hard. And they're just cold right now. 0 for 11 this quarter. I mean, it's been mind-boggling. No field goals here for you.
No, she'll be a good player. I just don't know how good. She won't have that big size advantage she has in college. She looks, I mean, she's strong too, so that's going to help in the WNBA.
In the backcourt there. 14 fouls each for USC and UCLA. The next one puts them in the free throw situation. They'll get 2 free throws from here on out for both of these teams. And a couple of timeouts left for the Trojans and Bruins. Watkins,
oh, Betts, another block. Finally, Betts has shown up in this series, in this 3-game series between these two teams. Took her 5 halves before she finally showed up. Yeah. Nice timing.
First in the Big Ten Conference, 5th in the country in blocks per game, averages about 3. Watkins goes for 3. The struggle continues here for the Trojans. Smith gets another chance. Ataya. It'll stay here. And the Trojans, after leading by 15 points in this game, suddenly time not on their side. 1:17 left in this Big Ten championship. Well, they got to play with a sense of urgency here. They need a bucket. Because defending Watson. And the first field goal for USC in the 4th quarter. Hawkins up to that point and really giving Juju fits. 60 seconds to play for a championship. And timeout called by UCLA. Down the stretch, he comes.
All right. Drop and good play. I'd just go into Lauren Betts at this point. Just don't force it, but get it into her. They double team her, just kick it out for a 3.
So it always gets delivered right on Bruce schedule. The flavor Lou loves, the savings they love. For automatic delivery and 5% savings.
True that.
There's Chewy.
Third meeting between these two rivals. We go to last year's Pac-12 semifinal. Juju Watkins huge in this one. They went to double OT to decide this one between these two rivals. USC takes it 80-70 against UCLA and ends up winning the final Pac-12 tournament championship. Incredible, right? I mean, that's where this rivalry has really just blossomed more and more. And look at this performance from Betts and her response in
this game has been so impressive. 3 of her blocks, 4 blocks have come in the fourth quarter. I mean, she has been incredible. 4 blocks and 4 steals defensively, and has come alive. Her team has found her in the second half. A ton of effort from UCLA in the second half, but that's been a big difference maker. The effort, the energy, that's been huge. And I know Warbeck's told us I need to be more aggressive the entire game. And that really struck me because when something changed in her and clicked in her in the second half. Out of this timeout. Hopkins gets it inside to Betts. One-on-one coverage, Betts.
I called it.
1,000 career points at UCLA for Lauren Betts and a key coverage. She's got 17 in the game. USC playing 5-on-4 with Jones late to cross half court. Marshall puts it back. And they can still chip away here. US Southern California has to continue to with their forced personnel, stops the clock with 25 seconds left to play. 1 timeout for UCLA, 2 timeouts, South Carolina. Yeah, I mean, in this situation, I think it's important that, you try to get the steal. I mean, that's important. You try to get the steal first, but you have to really start to consider fouling quickly. There's only 25 seconds on the shot clock there. Or on the game clock, I should say.
Well, they did foul her.
You're going to have to think about fouling. But here, Kiki runs it with.
Yeah, these announcers have been fair about Juju, and the refs have been fair, especially in the second half. But I'd still would mention, Juju's not shooting well. You could point that out. Like Juju's gone cold in the second half. I don't know why they're so afraid to criticize her. No one seems to be afraid of criticizing Caitlin Clark when she's having a bad game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
YouTube is like 45 seconds behind. I have YouTube TV. I don't understand. When I had a DVR with Comcast, it was only 5 seconds behind. I'm 45 seconds behind. I don't understand with modern technology why that's the case, but
I think they've got enough good 3-point shooters on the floor where they might draw up a play here where they might get one. Let's see here tonight, they're shooting 27% from 3. Can't waste a lot of time. The seconds are ticking away. Here's Smith, who's over 7 from 3. She loses it.
Oh, off turnover. That's the game. They're not going to. They needed 3 points on that. They didn't need a turnover. Taking Lauren Betts out. She's not a good free throw shooter, I guess.
USC just 17 total points in the second half. Until the final minutes here, the fourth quarter to get their first field goal will be a check ball. And offense for defense substitution as Watkins checks back in. The fourth quarter here has really won the game for UCLA, the way they have responded. Watkins has got to be careful though. She's got 4 personals. And a foul by Howell that stops the clock with 13 seconds to go.
The only losses for UCLA, who, by the way, spent 12 straight weeks as the #1 team in the country from the end of November to middle of February.
Don't tell that to Juju fans. They only count points. They don't count how many shots it took her or how efficient she was.
Yeah, I mean, it is so hard to beat a team 3 times in a row. I mean, yes, it's going back to last.
That woman looked like she wasn't even thinking about missing. She just hit those free throws. I don't know who. What number 3? Little number 3. You look on her face. She was so calm. That's it. They're not going to win now.
AT&T has a guarantee because most things in life are not fair. Like booking the right rental car. Where's the rest of it? And staying fun. Chill. Or being alone in town. Yeah, that's not guaranteed. You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity. The deals you want and the service you deserve. That's the AT&T guarantee.
13 seconds away for UCLA to beat USC for the first time this season and win their first Big Ten tournament championship.
Yeah, I saw the look on that woman's face. I said, she's going to hit the second free throw. She has confidence in herself.
UCLA. Smith takes it off from the sideline, finds Juju. Gets the three-pointer.
Wow.
Too little, too late. Cuts the lead, go to 5. Hopes are still alive, hanging by.
It's a nice shot.
With 10.7 seconds to play. As when you full court press if you're USC, you try to get the steal, and then perhaps you get a shot real quick. If you don't get that, you've got a foul. Juju want to give you a typical shot here.
You got to be closer to her. You know they're going to her.
Tonight on CBS begins with 60 minutes in UConn's championship. Coach Dan Hurley. It's always entertainment.
That's her third all tournament and 3-point shots? Really? She's 2 for 10. You mean she only got 1 3 in the other 2 games? Is that right? She got 1 3 in the first 2 games? I didn't study that.
13 points, 5 for 5 from the field in the second half. UCLA takes it over, still alive here for USC. The seconds counting down. Watson picks it up and puts it in with 4 seconds to go. It's a 3-point game. The clock is stopped at 3.4.
What happened? That play, that was so stupid.
Talk about just playing your heart out here. Juju Watkins with a steal. This could not have been a better scenario for them. They're able to score here at the other end. I love the fight. Jones getting to the line here has to win at the free throw line.
Just got to hit 1. She looks like she's not going to miss a free throw all day.
17 of 20.
I have no doubt she was going to make that free throw. Wait, she had 18 at halftime, right? So Juju had Juju had 11 points in the second half. She had 18 at halftime. She scored 11 points in the second half, but she scored 5 when the game was out of reach, of course.
Performance from UCLA, just coming back, gutting it out in the second half. They really turned it around.
I believe you, Dan. I won't even look it up. I believe you. And in this one, she just took another 3. So what was that? 2 for 8. So 2 for 8 plus 6 is 14. So she was 3 for 14 in threes.
She said this is about
Yeah.
responding. After 2 losses, the only 2 losses that UCLA suffered this season was to this USC team. And she said we lost the toughness battle. They didn't lose the toughness battle, especially in the second half, as we check in with AJ Ross.
Lauren, we knew this was going to be a tough physical rivalry game. You were limited in the first half. It was a tale of 2 halves. You scored 13 points in the second half. Crossed the 1,000-point career threshold. But it was all-out effort. Talk about the resolve and toughness of this team.
I don't think you guys understand. I'm so freaking proud of this team. We earned that game. We earned it. We worked our butts off. We stayed together. We learned. We could have given up after we lost to them back to back. We lost that regular season and we just weren't done. That wasn't enough. We would not be denied this game. I'm so freaking proud of everybody. We all came out to compete.
This marks only the second conference tournament.
You know she doesn't want to say the word freaking.
How special it is for you, your team, for the city of LA, as you literally rewrite the history books.
Listen, these coaches put together a really amazing program. I mean, these group of girls that we had, I mean, I'm just so proud of everybody. This means so much to UCLA. This program has had such a legacy, and to do it again, I mean, I just can't believe it.
Congratulations.
UCLA is the Big Ten Tournament champions here in Indianapolis. The final score 72-67. We'll be back with the trophy presentation, but after this break, we send you back to our New York studio for Inside College Basketball presented by Progressive Insurance.
Verizon $25 each.
And iPhone 16 Pro.
We all get one. I don't know. So get us on that.
Go in.
Hi, we're here for the unlimited plan. $25 a line.
Yeah, and
iPhone 16 Pro, one for each of you.
Yeah, but it's
on us. We got you.
right now every family gets our best price. $25 a line and iPhone
Well,
16 Pro with Apple Intelligence.
Your bet's groupie. I wouldn't go that far.
I agree. UCLA women's Big Ten champions the 3rd time. Facing USC this season is the charm for the Bruins. Getting their revenge, beating their crosstown rival 72-67, claiming the Big Ten crown. We'll see who ends up being the #1 overall seed. They're both projected as ones as we welcome you to Inside College Basketball presented by Progressive Insurance. Adam Zerker, Wally Zerbiak, Renee Montgomery, a national champ. Jay Wright, he also national champ. Hey, what made this second half go UCLA's way?
I mean, first of all, you limit the touches of Juju. She's what the engine to that offense. And the first 2 times they matched up February, and then 8 days ago, Juju had her way scoring 68 points between those 2 games. But then when you saw the second half, because the first half looked like it was more the same. But that second half, you saw bodies around Juju. Coach, you talked about this. You said they have to make some adjustments on Juju. They did.
Corey Close made a big decision. Just as Renee said, first 2 games, Juju took over the game. In the second half, they loaded to every ISO she had, which means all 4 players loaded to that side of the floor. Any 2-man game she got into, they double teamed. And Betts protected the rim. Betts had 4 blocked shots. And when Juju tried to get into the lane, Betts was there to knock it away. They really took her out of her offense. She had multiple turnovers in the second half. Juju Watkins played every minute. They wore her down. That was a big-time win and a great move by Corey Close to take her out of the game.
Yeah, and Lauren Betts woke up in the second half. I think in the first half, the strategy was get the ball down to her once in a while, shoot some threes. She got hacked once.
It's good points that he made.
She was unbelievable in the second half. Just took over the game, was talking smack, was getting fouled, it seemed like every possession. The momentum completely swung.
So what are you saying? She had 17 turnovers and 8 assists. 8 assists and 17 turnovers.
You talked about at halftime that they had to start to go to her. You can see the difference.
Yeah, I say the same thing all the time. I think she's going to be a superstar. She's probably going to be sophomore player of the year. She might win 3 times. She might be one of the top 5 players in WNBA. But she's not Michael Jordan, and she's not going to be as good as Caitlin Clark because she doesn't make her teammates better. Caitlin Clark's defense will improve.
Yeah, that's something that can make you fold after a team beat you last week, then comes in, punches you quick. But they quickly figured it out and rallied together.
Yeah, they flipped it by 15 points in the second half, and Betts was so dominant down low, there were times USC was passing up layups, it seemed. But the celebration is on in Indianapolis as we send it back to AJ Ross for the trophy presentation.
Thank you so much. And what an exciting game today
Well,
between the USC Trojans.
It will be interesting to see what the rankings are. So let me look at the rankings right now. So they come out Monday at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So Texas is going to drop. I think UCLA could be number 1 again. They only got 2 losses. Texas and USC have 3 losses. South Carolina has 3 losses. UConn has 3 losses. And Notre Dame now has 5 losses. North Carolina State lost. They have 6 losses. UCLA should be number 1 again. They're the only 2 losses they have against the current number 2 team in the country, USC. Hi, Vadim. How's it going? I'm just thinking, I think UCLA is going to be number 1 in the polls tomorrow.
Champions. How special is this for you, this program, the city of LA, your fans out there?
This is about young women making really hard choices and using basketball to grow in amazing ways. And I have such an incredible staff that works their tail off and always puts the mission of the program first. So I'm so gratified to see the work that they've done in the dark pay off in the light.
Well, thank you so much, and congratulations again to you all. 2025 Big Ten Tournament Champions. Lisa, back to you.
Anyways. Yeah, I was talking about the rankings in general. Yeah, USC won't get a number 1 seed. I don't know. I'll let somebody else figure it out. I think it's real close. Rob said in the beginning of the year, nobody's going undefeated. Yeah. You think Big Ten is by far the strongest conference? I don't think so. It's not by far the strongest. I looked this up before. How many teams were in the top 10? Let me look at standings. Because the SEC Southeastern. Okay, so I don't know how you can say that. The SEC has number 1, number 5, number 9, number 10, number 12, number 19, and number 18 currently ranked in the country. How could you say it has by far the strongest conference? That's crazy. They literally SEC has 7 teams in the top 19 and 4 in the top 10. What are you talking about? The Big Ten is the strongest conference by far. Scott, sorry, that's not factually accurate. Go look at the rankings and go look at the conferences and look at what the rankings are of the teams in the conference, each conference. The SEC looks like the strongest, and the Big Ten is the close second, and ACC is a distant third, and the Big East sucks. So does all the other conferences. Jason, okay, Scott, Jason. Oh, Scottish Jason. Okay, he's Scottish. Okay, Jason, but it's simply not true. One, 5, 9, 10, 12, 19, 18. These are the seeds. These are the rankings that the SEC has now. One, 2, 5, 9, 10. Hang on. This is going into this weekend. 12, 18, and 19.
You can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. XDemvy is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that kills the mites that cause Demodex blepharitis, a common eyelid disease.
You sound like a Big Ten fan. Well, because look at here's SEC right here. Those are the SEC teams. Is it 1, 2? Do I have it right? No, I'm sorry. This what should be 5. 1, 5. That's a mistake. There's no 2. 1, 5, 9, 10, 12, 18, 19. Let me just see. 1, 5, 9, 10, 12. There should be 8, 7 there. Sorry. Take out the 2. There's not a 2.
President Trump fired en masse the people who Congress put in place nearly 50 years ago to protect the rights of federal employees and the American public.
Over the years and over the decades, we've been independent, apolitical, nonpartisan watchdogs in our agency with the goal of improving the functioning of that agency to save money and to look out for the taxpayers.
Do you have any accented guilt?
Those are the current ranks of the teams in the SEC.
At least in part of the sale of OxyContin.
No.
Do you believe that Purdue bears any responsibility for the opioid crisis in this country?
No.
Tonight, 60 Minutes reports on Purdue Pharma's role in America's opioid crisis and who will benefit from their proposed $7 billion bankruptcy settlement.
2, 4, 13, 15, and 24. 2, 4, 13, 15, and 24.
NCAA championship basketball coach Dan Hurley.
Just let me suffer through that. How does that happen?
He still suffers studying video.
2, 4, 13, 15, and 24.
Don't come home like that, please.
Not so much.
I suspect it's very helpful to have someone in this household who doesn't necessarily rip her hair out when the team misses a screen or someone.
How do you know what the screen is?
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Will Whitaker. I'm Anderson Cooper.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi.
I'm John Wertheim.
I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Scott Pelley. Those stories and more.
That's the Big Ten.
On 60 Minutes.
It can't be off by that much for him to say the Big Ten is way better than any other conference. Look at the SEC. Sorry, it can't be off by that much. They have 7 teams, 4 in the top 10, 7 teams in the top 19, 4 in the top 10. When the Big Ten only has 2 in the top 10 and only 4 in the top 19 compared to 7. Sorry, it's not. Dan Hurley dodged a bullet with the Lakers. I don't know. The Lakers are doing pretty well. They picked up Doncic. I would have thought he liked the team more after that. Okay, whatever. It's to say you can say that you think the Big Ten is better, but to say that they're by far the best conference, there's no reality to that statement. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest with you. You can have an opinion all you want, but there's no reality that the strongest conference by far. There's just no indication that's true. If you want to change how you word it, I won't give you a hard time.
When my hair started to thin, I thought I'm not gonna have any hair left. After I gave birth, my hair wasn't even thin; it was gone.
When I spoke to my dermatologist, he immediately pointed me in the direction of your pulse. It's 100% drug free and clinically tested.
Within 3 months, my hair was fuller. It's longer. It's so much thicker.
Whatever. I'm trying to be objective. He's clearly not being objective by saying that Big Ten is by far the best conference. It's not an objective statement. I'm sorry. If you want to say you think it's a better conference by a little bit, fine. You can make that argument. I don't agree with you. I think the SEC is the best conference, but at least that's closer to the truth. I am a lawyer, yes.
So I personalized the outer packaging of the coffee and I made a TikTok. When I went viral, I had over 1,200 orders.
So if I say that, I've heard LeBron haters say this. LeBron James would make my top 25 players of all time. So that's an okay opinion, and you can't challenge it merely because it's an opinion, or is that just kind of like not something that's not reality opinion? At some point, it's so far removed from reality. It's you can't just say, "Oh, he's an opinion." You can't challenge his opinion. Sorry. I'm not saying that people are objective very well. I think in sports, people are poor at being objective. And you can just tell Caitlin Clark has exposed the lack of objectivity in the media. And I challenge things when they're too far off from what I think could be reality. And
among the first to go were at least 20 leaders of federal offices that were created by Congress.
Yes, because it's too far from what you can see.
You may not know it, but after Watergate, Congress set up a system to audit the executive branch and ensure the rights of federal workers. Those offices became known as watchdogs. Congress has guarded their independence from politics so that no president can use these powerful auditors to punish enemies or hide their own fiascos. But now, for the first time in 44 years, President Trump has fired these officials en masse. One of them is...
Do you have a connection with the Big Ten, Scottish Jason? Do you have a favorite team in the Big Ten or a favorite player in the Big Ten? Or you have any connection with the Big Ten? Let me ask you that.
Who's going to be dependent on the president's good graces. That is not how Congress set up the position.
Sorry, if he had just said, I think Big Ten is the toughest conference, I would have left it alone. But to say it's by far the best conference is not reality.
I don't think we have watchdog agencies anymore.
I push back on extreme statements like that aren't objective, because that's what I don't like about sports fans. They're not objective. They do that with. He started following me on X, and I sent him a message because that opened up his envelope. He allowed me to send him a message. It didn't block it. And I invited him on the show, and he didn't respond. So apparently he doesn't want to be on the show or doesn't want to be on the show at this point. Rosalina Lee, Adrian Ross, and AK Nation. Act Nation.
Sees fraud, for example, in the Department of Defense.
Okay.
And they're afraid of telling their supervisor because they think there will be retaliation, they go to you.
That was a decision not by me, but by Congress, that employees in the executive branch who are seeing something going wrong inside of an agency.
There we go. Okay, well, just because you like watching them doesn't make them better. Sorry, that's not the way it works. Sorry. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm trying to get you back to reality. I push. She said that she would do 4 weeks and then see how she feels and then see if how often she wants to do it after that. She just committed to 4 weeks is what she said. She goes, I'll commit to 4 weeks. I don't know how she chose that. I don't know what. Robin Lundberg said he'd come back. He didn't know when, but he'd do it again. That's all he said. And Pope has been supposed to be on twice, and one time he showed up 45 to 50 minutes late, and the other time he showed up 30 minutes late. So I don't know what to do. I guess I'll invite him on days when I don't have a third person, but he's not reliable. Yeah, Robin's good. You know, he tries to be fair. You know, he tries and doesn't, and he doesn't overspeak like one of our first guests on the first night. He listens to other people's opinions. But I have some really good questions for tomorrow. And so I have so many really good questions. I have to pick and choose which ones to use tomorrow still. Did they say they would come back after seeing that train wreck with Mike? I don't know. I should have just turned his mic off. But he's a friend of mine. I knew his sister first, but I should have just turned his mic off and say, Mike, I'm going to turn your mic back on when you start answering my questions, because you're not having a discussion. You're giving people a lecture on the history lesson that no one wanted to hear. He didn't like the questions I was asking. And that's not a reason not to ask him. If you think it's not a relevant question, answer the question and just say, hey, I don't think that's a relevant question. Here's why. But he wasn't saying that. He was just refusing to answer the question because he didn't like the answer he had to give, because he knew the answer rebutted his point. That's why he didn't want to answer it. Yeah, I'm not going to have someone. I'll have Simply Ball Dropping on the show, because I think I watched his videos. I think even though he's a liar and he's got his facts wrong, I can control him. I don't think he'll just keep talking. If I do, I'm going to turn person's mic off from now on. I'm not going to be so polite. I don't really want to do that. That's a terrible way to run a show, is to turn someone's mic off. But I ended up screaming at him instead, so that was bad too. So. Oh, no, Mike did overspeak. He did. I said someone did it on the first night. Rudy. Rudy seemed bored anytime he wasn't talking. He wanted to just hear his voice, I thought. That's what I thought was going on. That's what people said. I got feedback on him. People said he was rude and just only his opinion was right. Everybody else was wrong. He was bored when he wasn't talking. He was angry. But I'll have Rudy on the show again. I'm agreeing with you. Mike was he was a train wreck. He was awful. He wasn't close to reality. Caitlin Clark is not one of the top 30 college players of all time. She's a 2-time player of the year. How can you not be in the top 30? He dragged 3-star recruits to the national finals 2 years in a row. She's the best passer in the history of women's basketball, the best 3-point shooter, the leading scorer in the history of women's basketball, and makes her teammates better than anyone in the history of women's basketball. How's that not in the top 30? That's not even reality. You and Michael didn't skip. No, because both Skip and Stephen A are idiots. Only one of us are idiots between Michael and myself. Michael. You're entitled to opinion as long as it's within reality. If you tell me that LeBron James not one of the top 25 players in the world, I'm going to push back on that and say that's not a real opinion. Sorry. I think you saying the Big Ten is is by far the best conference is not reality. So I'm pushing back on that. That's all. Whatever. Okay, so LeBron, here's my opinion. LeBron James is the worst basketball player of all time. Are you going to push back on that, or are you just going to say, oh, that's Mark's opinion? Where do you draw the line when it's so far off from what looks like is the truth? If like the whole world is looking at ranking the schools differently than you. I wonder what's the head-to-head on Big Ten and SEC this year. Do you have a statistic on that? I haven't looked it up, so I don't know. You said by far the best conference. That's what your words were. By far the best conference is a very strong statement. By far the strong conference. That's a really strong statement. By far is a pretty far. That's the way I take by far. That means they're way better than the other conference. LeBron's not worse than Bronny? Okay. I'm just saying I hear opinions that are so far removed from what I think like 99.9% of the people think. And is that people really going to be off? I don't think that's reality at that point. Like Mike saying that Caitlin Clark's not one of the top 30 women college players of all time. Does anyone think that's reality? You could just say, well, it's just his opinion, but it's not reality. It's not close. If you want to say she's not the greatest women's college player of all time, no problem. That's reality. It's in the ballpark. That's something you can argue. I know I haven't looked up the cross SEC Big Ten games this year, but you can look it up and research it. I'm not even saying someone from the Big Ten won't win the tournament. I think Juju Watkins gets in a close game and they have the wrong refs and they're winning the game. Today, no. Today they were fair, especially in the second half. So if I would have just kept saying she has a great whistle if I was an objective, and I'm being objective, you could see that it was fair that in the second half. Rob thinks the SEC is the best conference. And we had this discussion the other day. And the Big Ten was second, and AC was third. No, but they lost to Notre Dame, right? That wasn't a good loss. And who was their other loss to? They lost to Iowa. Right. But they lost to Notre Dame. They were from the ACC. How many teams did they play from the SEC? How many teams did they play from the SEC? I don't even know. Did they play any? I'm not looking at their schedule. Did USC play? And doesn't you say how many who beat USC from the SEC? If they played 0 SEC teams, how is that an argument? I don't know how many they played. Yeah, I know Iowa's in the Big Ten. So look it up. I don't know how many they played. How many did UCLA play in the Big Ten, in the SEC? UCLA beat South Carolina. So UCLA, that's your argument. UCLA beat South Carolina. So I didn't cross-reference the things, but the rankings can't be that far off. Why the Big Ten's always been the AP's always favored the Big Ten in these polls all throughout sports. So to think that there's some kind of bias against the Big Ten in these polls, I don't know about that. You go watch the men's basketball tournament, and so many Big 10 teams get in, and they don't do well in the men's basketball tournament. They don't have a good record in the NCAA tournament based upon their rankings. They get upset more than they pull upsets in the Big 10, which tells me the Big 10 men basketball is overrated. So you can look that up because I'm sure of that one because I've seen statistics on it. So I don't think there's any bias against the Big 10 and for the SEC in basketball. There certainly isn't in men's. So why would there be in women's? But you can look that up. The Big 10 gets about 7-8 teams in every year, and then they underperformed generally, not every year, but they've underperformed throughout the last, 40 or 50 years based upon their seeds. So I know a little bit about this. My brother's a Big 10 fan. He went to Michigan State. He kept claiming when the Big East was the best basketball conference back 40 years ago, he kept claiming the Big 10 was because he was a Big 10 fan. I said, that's not what the results are. And then the ACC became the best, and now it's not again. Now it's not as strong. We'll see. Villanova's won the last 2 years. Right? We'll see if Duke can win it this year. We'll find out. Cooper Flagg, the great white hype. He's the real deal, but if you haven't seen him play. Have you seen Cooper Flagg play? He is the real deal. Watch him in the Big 10 tournament because there won't be any women's game this week, right? They all get off. So UCLA may be number 1 tomorrow. They're the only ones with 2 losses, and their 2 losses, even though they weren't close games, they were to USC. So that's – I don't think anybody – I think everybody else has worse. Everybody else's losses are worse. They've lost to lower-ranked teams. So UCLA should be ranked number 1. But I don't know. We'll find out we'll find out tomorrow what the AP thinks. We'll have to research what the UCLA did beat one team, right? Let me look it up. Coop is a freshman who graduated early from high school. He's really a senior in high school, and he's the best, possibly the best player in the country. And he's 18 years old. I guess he's just turning 19. I don't know his date of birth. Wait, he's just turned 18. Yeah. I told you guys. Weren't you here before? Adrian Ross, Rosalana Lee, and Ock Nation. Oh, yeah, I got to send them their links. That reminds me. All right, we'll go to 7:30, and then I got to go. Naismith asked the janitor to bring him 2 boxes, but he brought peach baskets instead. So the janitor invented basket. I think I read that before. Yeah, otherwise it'd be called box ball instead of basketball. He'd be surprised at the game, Naismith. He's a Canadian, right? So, but he had some ties to the United States, but he was born in Canada. I can't remember what it was, but it was box ball. Box ball. I guess it'd sound okay. Box ball. It sounds weird now because you're not used to hearing it. But basketball. Peach baskets. Yeah, that's what I thought. He invented it in the U.S., but he's Canadian. But I thought there was something about the United States. Like volleyball was invented in the U.S. too, and then didn't do very well in it for a while until they put some money into it. Like we weren't doing anything in the Olympics in like the 60s and 70s. Got some reason nobody cared. All the best athletes were going into basketball and football, I guess, and volleyball didn't do well. And then suddenly they got some good money behind it and good players. Karch Kiraly helped turn the volleyball program around in the United States. He was the best player in the world for a while. Yes, Cooper Flagg is the real deal. You go watch him. He plays really mature game. He has an all-around game, which is unheard of for an 18-year-old. Yeah, I remember that. That was the reason that he why he invented the basketball. I haven't read his little history thing about him, but I remember reading it in the past. Let me just see Cooper Flagg's birthday. All right. So December 20, he has a weird birthday since it's December, like so he's only 18. So normally, he was 17 when he graduated, but it's like he started late because his birthday's in December. So he's kind of like a halfway in between what he would be when your birthday's in December and you're going to turn 19. Because I was 17 when I graduated from high school, just like he was. And then I turned 18 in December. So when I was in college, I was only 3 months younger than him, and even though he was graduated early. So it's kind of a little bit misleading. Yes, Dr. Naismith. See, no one person invented football. There was a gradual change of rules from soccer. It has a very interesting history. A guy has a whole channel devoted to early football, and he goes through all the changes in the rules and stuff like that. I forget. I came across it. It's pretty interesting. He's got a guy with long hair, and he does these. He does all this research on the history of football. Johnny Brome, is that the fifth-year senior? He's also could be player of the year too. But we'll see. We'll see who wins. I don't know who's going to win. He's his fifth year. And Caden Cooper Flagg's a first-year 18-year-old. So is it 24? Yeah, he'll be 25. He's 24. 18. Anyway. So, yes, it will be interesting to see better is better. I don't understand your sentence. Cannot give allowances for Flagg, but not Juju. We'll see who wins player of the year. I'm not saying who will win player of the year. Right now, the Las Vegas odds are really even between the two of them. So we'll find out. Cooper Flag is the odds-on favorite right now. Minus 420. Auburn's Johnny Rome. I don't know if that's pronouncing. Is a plus 325. So the Athletic. He got Player of the Year in the Athletic. The Athletic also had unanimous selection for Juju Watkins, so I don't have much credence in them. So, but let's see. Although I would have voted for Juju Watkins by a little bit, not by much. Let's see. The Athletic is a very small award. There's 4 major awards that come out other than that. No, Cooper Flag won Player of the Year. Cooper Flag won Player of the Year with the Athletic. What are you talking about? I just looked it up. The Athletic is somehow connected with the New York Times, but I don't see the Big Ten being underranked. I know it's not in men's basketball; they're overranked. So logically, what's the reason why they're going to be underranked in women's basketball? Other than the fact that you like the Big Ten. Anyways, Cooper Flag won Player of the Year with the Athletic. Pretty impressive. We'll see. I'm glad they're not trying to hype him like they're hyping Juju. They're hyping Juju more than Cooper Flag, and Cooper Flag is the more sensational player, given that he's 18 years old and he's the best player in men's college basketball as a freshman, and he's not even a freshman. He's kind of halfway in between a freshman and a senior in high school. So why isn't he getting the hype? Why isn't there documentaries about him? Why aren't they saying there's nothing he can't do? Go watch him play. He's got a great all-around game. He plays defense. He rebounds. He passes. He can dribble. He's composed. He doesn't complain when he doesn't get the fouls. He's a great all-around player. He's the most mature game I've ever seen on an 18-year-old. I'm not saying he's going to be the best player of all time because he doesn't have the same athletic ability as LeBron, but he has a better all-around game than LeBron did at the same age. So just go watch him play if you haven't watched him play yet. He's the real deal. I hope they don't overhype him because he's white, though. I don't want him to overhype him because he's white. I want to hype him because he's great. So, but he's good enough that he'll live up to the hype as long as they be reasonable. Mick, I talking about Mick. Who's Mike? Is Mike? Isn't it Mick? Mick Talk Soup. Who's Mike? Is Mike Mick? I just want to know if that's who you're talking about. Oh, Mike Tillery. Oh, oh, I get it. I just want to make sure he wasn't a typo. Yeah, that's insane. Did he actually say that? I wouldn't surprise me if he said it. Caitlin Clark's not one of the top 10 players in the league in WNBA at the end of the season. Anybody but Caitlin. That's really what it amounts to. I don't understand what they hope to accomplish by underrating her. They're not going to accomplish anything. The Caitlin fans are so large, they're going to outdrown everybody else in terms of, reality ranking. So they're not going to accomplish anything because she's so popular. She'll get all those votes for how good she is. I just want the Caitlin Clark fans to be objective too, which is what I'm saying. Like when I don't think she's the best player yet, just be objective. Yeah, there wasn't an unbalance. Caitlin Clark is as good as her reputation. They just don't like it because it's a white person. I know what they're doing, but they're wrong because Brianna Stewart is white and she came in with more accolades than Caitlin Clark. Not as good, I don't think, but you look like she was better just by her accomplishments because of the national championships and 3-time player of the year. And also she had 4 MVPs in the Final Four. And nobody went to go the WNBA and started watching her by the millions. No one gave her endorsements until 6 years into the league. She got her shoes. Nobody sold out arenas to go watch her play. And she's white. And she had more accolades than Caitlin Clark. So it's not because she's white. It's because she's exciting. They just don't like the fact that the person's white, and they're pretending that's the reason why. Yeah, and Sabrina Eskew and Kelsey Plum were player of the years, right? Weren't they? Sabrina Eskew they're both player of the years, weren't they? Let me just see, because there was 4 different awards. One of them won both. Sabrina Eskew won. I don't know if Kelsey Plum won, or she just was a scoring leader. Let me just see. Sabrina Eskew was a 2-time player of the year for Wooden. Kelsey Plum won it in the Wooden Award 1 time. And they didn't. And Kelsey Plum's attractive, and they didn't make the world go crazy when they entered the WNBA in ratings either. So why do they think it's because she's white? If that was the case, those 3 white players I just mentioned would have made the people go crazy. She's lucky to be in the league. Asia Wilson's lucky to be in the league, okay? She's lucky I don't take her out. I'm going to pull you out of the league. You're so annoying. You narcissist. You see, but one of my questions was, who's a bigger narcissist? Asia Wilson or Angel Reese? It's a really close call. That one's a matter of opinion. I agree with everything you're saying. I understand the reason why, but they know deep down that they're wrong because they know that the white players are coming in the league before and the needle hasn't been moved. They can't not notice that fact. So they might not admit it publicly. Yeah, I'm dying to know what she said to her. Can anybody read lips? Because it looked like to me like we won, you effing B, something like that. Well, because Angel Reese was elbowing her and shoving her down when they were going for rebounds. And Nafisa Collier is not as big as Angel Reese. She's not as heavy as her. She's not as strong as her. So she was at a disadvantage. And Angel Reese was taking advantage of it and then getting no calls. And if I was Nafisa Collier, I would be mad at the refs. Because I saw I didn't watch the game, but I saw the replays. And the replays I saw was Angel Reese was committing fouls and there was no foul calls. And Nafisa, and then she bumped her from behind on purpose, which is a cheap shot. It wasn't even a basketball play. She just bumped her. I just think it's a cheap shot. Really? Yeah, but you know what? Nuke, I'm not saying that's not a good theory, but it's certainly not a good reason. It's just a silly reason. You're going to hate someone because they didn't come from a big program? So the big programs are upset that it wasn't one of theirs? Wow, it's just so bizarre. People would think like that. Oh no, she's jealous of Caitlin Clark, and she thinks Angel thinks Caitlin Clark's popularity is a lot because she's white, because Angel's a narcissist, and she thinks she should have all the popularity. So when Caitlin gets the popularity way more than her, she says to herself, "Oh, it's because she's white," and she's jealous of Caitlin Clark for that reason. Yeah, I think part of the reason she hates Caitlin Clark is because she's white and really popular and more popular than her. Nafisa Kyler is not a bigger name draw than Angel Reese, so it doesn't bother her as much. Yeah, I didn't listen to it. I heard they said dumb things and they want to strike. Okay, you can strike, whatever. I'm not sure how much leeway they have when they're losing money. When other leagues go on strike, they're making money. So the leverage is different in the WNBA than it is in other leagues. And if they can't see that, then they may be in trouble. The coastal elites and the media hate the Iowa fans? Oh, I don't know. I just think the level of her popularity is so extreme. That just is part of the annoyance to them. They just don't see it. They don't see the it factor in her. They don't see why they got all these, like, some of her fans are crazy. They're like rabid dogs. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a big fan of hers, but I'm like one of the rabid dog types fans. And I think that drives other people crazy. Like, they can't understand why someone was such a big fan of an athlete. Well, she's unique. She's the most exciting athlete since Michael Jordan. That's a long time. That's a long time between athletes, in my opinion. To me, she's the most exciting athlete, most captivating athlete since Michael Jordan. And I'm a football fan first. So that says a lot. So they can't understand that. Oh, is that what I said? I can't waste my time with that. I didn't do a video on it. Rob and I said, whatever. We talked about it. We'll do some videos tomorrow. I know. Yeah, Ohtani's exciting, but I'm not a baseball fan. But he's a cool dude. He's super talented. And they said the four biggest sports athletes in the country are LeBron, Steph Curry, Ohtani, and Caitlin Clark. And she's probably the biggest. She's probably the first female athlete in the history of American sports, and probably I don't know about other countries because there's 200 countries, but she's the first female athlete for more than a week or two after the Olympics who's the most popular athlete in the country, and it happens to be female. It's never happened before. Go look it up since 1850s. It's never happened before. So that's a very unique thing. And it took people by surprise. It took me by surprise. And I think after the 2028 Olympics, provided she's not injured and doesn't play, because they will put her on the team this time. If she goes and plays big, they're going to win the gold, obviously. As long as she doesn't lay an egg, she'll be the most popular athlete in the world after 2028. Lionel Messi will be retired. He's the most popular athlete in the world right now that Michael Jordan's kind of faded away a little bit. And she'll be the most popular athlete in the world. It took Michael Tiller by surprise. Yeah. Suddenly defense is the most important thing the only thing that exists in sports. His logic's so stupid. Well, you got to have a stop at the end of the game. Well, you have to have someone to score too. How are they not offset each other in terms of what's more important? It makes no sense. and we're talking individuals, not teams. And even if you study the team championships and defense wins championships, that is overstated, and there's only a very slight advantage to the championship teams that won because they had better defenses and offenses. There's all sorts of studies in basketball and football. So very little advantage to defense being more important than the offense. Way less than the saying defense wins championships. But this is individuals. We're ranking individuals. Team defense, you really can't make your other team defenders better very much on defense. But on offense, you can make 4 people better at one time especially when you're a phenomenal point guard. And that magnifies your ability as a player more than a defensive ability. So that you can't rank their defense equal with the offense. There's just no way you can do that as ranking a player, not a team. But I know, but there's no superstar right now. They've got some big stars, a couple big stars there right now. But we'll see. Basketball is the number 2 sport in the team sport in the world in studies they've done. So it's the number 2 sport in a lot of countries. And it's not isolated like cricket and rugby. Most countries play and like basketball. It has a broader base than any other sport other than team sport other than soccer. So Caitlin Clark, I think, will be the biggest athlete in the world. And because, soccer was popular, but Michael Jordan was the most popular athlete in the world for years. It didn't matter that he didn't play soccer. The only reason he's not anymore is just because he's gotten older and he's faded away. I read it. He was the most popular athlete in the world for 30 years. They do these studies and stuff like that. And there's more than one study, but there was all sorts of studies that showed he was the most popular athlete in the world for 30 years, along with Muhammad Ali. And now Messi, they consider Messi the most popular athlete. Yeah, Woods was, his worldwide following wasn't quite as good as Michael Jordan's because golf isn't universally as liked as basketball. But he was popular worldwide because there's golf, over in Europe, a lot of European golf tournaments and stuff like that. But he didn't have that huge international following. But Muhammad Ali and Michael Jordan were the two most popular athletes over the last 50 years in the world. Not a soccer player. There were 2 Black Americans who didn't play soccer. But the soccer players were close. Pele was up there in the 60s and 70s. And then, of course, Messi and Ronaldo are right up there also for the last 20 years. But I think Maradona, I think that, soccer definitely has an advantage because it's the most popular sport in the world. It has that advantage. But that doesn't necessarily the most popular soccer player will always be the most popular athlete in the world because you have to grab someone's attention. And Michael Jordan grabbed people's attention more than the soccer players during his era and even years after that. So, because Pele was already retired by the time Jordan got big. So Pele was enough to, offset Jordan's popularity. If they were in the same era, it would have been different. I think they would have been head and head. That's just my opinion because Pele was huge. And he would have been even huger in today's media market and stuff like that. But I'm just guessing. I can't prove it. I just think after the Olympics, I don't think it's going to happen before that, even though he's already got an international following. After the 2028 Olympics, let me know. We'll check back on it and see if I'm right. I'm just guessing. I can't know for sure because soccer is a bigger sport than basketball. Yeah, she's likable personality. Everybody likes her except for the Hatelins. You know what I mean? So there's these YouTubers. I should tell you this. There's these YouTubers that did this video on Caitlin Clark. There's called Pete and Chad or something. I don't know. They're on Fox, I think. And one guy was a marketing major, and he says, it was a headline, I think, in his video. And he said, here's an unpopular take. He goes, a year or two, Caitlin Clark won't be that marketable. Kind of like the whole thing will blow over. And he said this before she entered the WNBA. And I could tell by the immense popularity and the ticket sales and the jersey sales and the media coverage and the fact that she had the it factor and she seemed like the most popular athlete in the country already, and the fact that she still had a 15-year career ahead of her, that was an insane comment. So I questioned it, and I said, really? I said, the reason it's unpopular is because it's untrue. I said, there's almost zero chance that she's not going to be popular and marketable a year or two from now. I said, I'll put $10,000 in an escrow account for you if you'd like, but this is silly. I thought you were a marketing major. It doesn't matter whether you find her likable, it's whether other people find her likable. And I said, he said, she's not likable enough. Shaq's likable. That was his argument for why she wasn't going to be popular. So we'll see. I obviously, that's not going to happen. Taurasi, Bird, Leslie Catching are all top 11 all-time turnovers. Who said this? There are two podcasters. I have to find their podcasters. I snap back at them, and I can't wait to wait another year and say, hey, this didn't. Hey, you wanted to respond to this? Because I knew as soon as he said it, I knew it was crazy. Right, but Caitlin Clark has fans all over the world already. She does. When she wasn't selected to the Olympic team, she got all sorts of emails from journalists. What's her name? Christine Brennan got all sorts of emails from journalists saying, well, what's going on here? We were expecting to cover Caitlin Clark in the Olympics. From different countries, New Zealand, all over the place, she said. She got emails from all over the world. So basketball is very popular. You can look it up. In a lot of countries, it's their number 2 sport, for team sport anyway. Charlie, I have to look it up. I'd have to find them in a video. I have to go back and look at my videos. I guess it was Ultimate Rankings, and my Ultimate Rankings thing. I'll pull it up for you. I was flabbergasted he was saying this. It's like when, who was his name? Cook was the marketing guy that's head of WNBA, and when in the same week, Cook and the Laura Engelbert said, "Oh, we didn't see Caitlin coming in terms of popularity. We just didn't see it." How could you not see it? It was like the easiest thing in the world to see. Hey, Retro, you done with the hair? How was the game? It was good. It was a nice comeback by UCLA. I don't know. They had me rooting against Juju, and I don't like the fact that they're having me root against Juju. I don't want to root against her, but they're overselling her, and she kept getting. Last game, it was nauseous with the ref calls. This game was fair. I don't know about the first half. The second half was fair. Let me look it up. What's going on, Retro? Did you watch any of the games or not? Or you didn't have time? Are you working? You're doing haircuts today? Hairstyling? I subscribed to your channel, by the way. Yeah, hang on a second, and I'll have to. Let's see if I have another open tab. Let me just see if I. Let me just see. I got to go on YouTube first. Hold on, hang on. I'll tell you another one. Yeah, come on. I have a different hairstyle every day for like 4 days in a row because there's a different length each day, and then I shave it. So I got 4 different hairstyles. But there was another one that was funny where these 3 black podcasters, 2 of them were real fat. And the one guy says, this is right before the WNBA season started. And he says, one guy says, Caitlin Clark is not a WNBA point guard. And the other guy says, yeah, I could tell you that the first time I saw her play. I said, you're insane. I told him that. I go, you guys are insane. This isn't close to reality. She's the best passer in the history of women's basketball as a college player. You're going to turn, you're not going to let her play point guard. Well, she's a good shooter too. She should be a shooting guard. And I go, you're crazy. And the one guy goes, well, so-and-so played D1 basketball. I said, I don't care if I'm talking to Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. There's no way that Caitlin Clark isn't a WNBA point guard and should play point guard. That was hilarious. I don't remember them ever turning an NBA player who was a great passer into a non-point guard. I don't remember them ever doing that in NBA history in 75 years. Why would they suddenly do that in WNBA? That's a good question. I don't know. Ask Mick. Mick seems to think he knows everything about the draft. I think one of them will be available. I think Lucy Olsen will not go as early as Haley Van Lith. So I think Lucy Olsen, I think Haley Van Lith is going to go sooner than that. But Lucy Olsen, I don't think is. But I think they can both make it in the WNBA. I don't think they'll be necessarily big stars. Haley Van Lith's only like 5'8" or 5'9", but she has skills. She's got a nice mid-range game. She's not a great defender, but she hustles on defense, and she's a good passer. Like, I guess she has a really good 2-point game. Oh, he keeps overrating these European players. You know that, right? Every European player he says is going to be like the greatest player and the perfect player for somebody in the WNBA. So, and then he changes it every day, right? He does. He changes all his opinions every day. His opinions are useless to me. Yeah, look at it. I don't even know how he has time to watch basketball. One day he put out 21 videos. Yeah, it's silly. They're probably going to get a draft pick that's going to make the team. Because what's her name? Is it Jaylen Brown? Is that her name? I heard she's playing in a league that's not that tough, and she's still only scoring like 2 or 4 points. She looked good in the highlights. I have no idea how good she is. She looks athletic. But why hasn't she done anything so far in the league? I don't know. I'm a sports reporter, and I interviewed Skip Bayless, right? Skip Bayless, who wouldn't know how to be objective if you paid him. Just ask LeBron James. He was never a highly paid. This guy, he wrote articles and stuff, but he was never had a steady sports writer's job. He just did a lot of interviews and had his own stuff. Let me hang on a second. Let me get this. Let me find this thing for you. Your channel. You. Playlist recently added. Watch later. Like videos. View all. Liked videos. Your clips. Wait a minute. That's not it. No, why isn't it doing what I want it to do? Hang on. I wonder why he never had a high pro. Right. No, his are 8 minutes and 4 seconds, Charlie. That's his most common video. Look it up. I bet you find it. It's 8 minutes and 4 seconds. That's because you get an extra commercial halfway through if it's 8 minutes or long. That's the only reason he does it. He doesn't even edit his videos. He makes all these mistakes. He says facts that are wrong and doesn't edit it out. I could never do that. Sorry. I don't want to have all these misstatements on record. Did they destroy Texas? For the most part, they destroyed them. The Texas had 16 points at halftime. Do I think Paige will play another UConn? No. And no again. And I think there's almost zero chance of that. I don't know why people keep saying that. She knows there'd be too much pushback. So if she had like blown her ACL out in November, yeah, maybe. But other than that, no. She's played the whole year now, so it's not going to happen. I think right now there's 0% chance that's going to happen. She would have had to miss, like I said, almost the entire year for her to consider that. I don't know. Is this? Okay, hang on a second. Let me see what's up here. Okay. Can I see Paige and Mustard? What does that mean? Here it is. I found it. Would you guys like to hear the two guys that talked about Caitlin Clark not being marketable enough to be popular in a year or two from now? I just found it. Hang on a second. Let me find this part where he talks about it. Okay, you guys ready for this? How many? You got 9 people hearing this? All right. You guys are ready? This is, so let's see. All right, you guys listening? I'm glad I found it.
And they play tomorrow night against UConn. But it was great to see. I have an unpopular opinion about this, but continue.
No, my thought is simply, sometimes you're a prisoner of the moment.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about that phrase a lot. And I think right now, this is so hot. It's like Linsanity in his prime. I'm not saying she's going to dip off, but sometimes you need to capitalize when you're the hot shit. Like you said, Spot, like Zoolander, Hansel, so hot right now. If you're the hottest thing right now, you need to capitalize. Like, all right, when Caitlin Clark...
Are you saying you need to strike while the iron's hot?
I've heard that phrase before, yeah.
Wait a second.
I think I've heard that phrase before.
He's on to something.
Well, listen, you don't think a little bit. Be honest with me. If she joins the WNBA draft and ends up on the Indiana Fever...
Okay, which is bound to happen.
That Hansel's so hot right now. Caitlin Clark, so hot right now. You don't think that as fun as it's been to watch her journey in college women's hoops, you don't think she'll just fade into a little bit of obscurity for the Indiana Fever? You think they're going to be selling out the arena in Indiana? You think those ratings? You think the WNBA, who's never had 1 million people watch a game, all of a sudden Caitlin Clark brings that on, let's be honest, gets the first pick, a shitty team, the Indiana Fever.
Well,
I think she goes Big 5, takes the money, and anyone that says different, it's crazy.
Okay, so wait, it gets worse. It gets worse. Wait, it gets worse. Wait till what the next guy says. This is the part that's even worse.
Telling someone else to turn down $5 million?
Big 5 is a sporting goods store. Or I think you mean Big 3.
No, she's got a job at Big 5 too.
Big 5, man. They're paying that much.
Wow.
Yeah. What's she selling over there?
A bunch of a part-time job there.
Wow. The Big 3 offered her $5 million. Ice Cube said, sure, $5 million. But then Dave Portnoy of Barstool said, well, screw that. I'll give you $10 million to play in our intramural league. And yeah, she's getting offers left and right.
Little Dirk could give an offer too, right?
Yeah, Little Dirk is giving her or offered her $10 million to do some nonsense. But what she means to the WNBA and women's sports far exceeds $5 million from Ice Cube. $10 million from Portnoy, if he's serious, I don't know. But if I were her, I'd figure out a deal to be like, hey, I want to play in the WNBA because it's backed by the NBA, and I know there's more money to be made, and it means a lot to women and women's sports, and I want to be that person and that face of the organization. Just holds more clout, more weight, and more importance. But if you want me to do a show or be part of Barstool, I'll take that $10 million. She needs to negotiate. She needs to get what she can get right now while the iron's hot, like Rich said. But here's why. Because Rich is right about one thing.
Thank you.
The Big 5 with the Indiana Fever is only going to be so hot for so long before people lose interest. And I don't find Caitlin Clark, for as lights out as she is, and as awesome as she is, and as important as she is to women's sports. And I find that to be inspiring as a girl dad. I think she's fantastic. She's great. We've never seen anything like this. She's just not that marketable.
She doesn't have the charisma of like a Shaquille O'Neal or some young star. Like
just pure dominance on the court, I don't find her to be that likable. And as a guy with a marketing background, I'm going to tell you that does matter. There's a reason Shaquille O'Neal is Shaquille O'Neal. Because not only was he great on the court, he was great off the court. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think Caitlin Clark is that person. I'm not sure she is. I'd love for her to prove me wrong. And I know it doesn't matter when she's on the court. I know that doesn't matter. But when you're going to be the face of something big, you need to be marketable. And I'm not sure she is. I personally, and it doesn't matter what I think, I'm just saying I personally don't find her to be that likable.
Athletes.
Yet.
Now, he says it doesn't matter what I think, but yet but what he's saying is, well, I know I should play this on my show now. I could do this tomorrow. What he's saying, he goes, it doesn't matter what I think, but yet he's using his opinion of her not being marketable to project that she's not going to be marketable in the future because he doesn't think she's marketable, even though he says that he doesn't. His opinion doesn't matter. It made no sense whatsoever. All right, so you want to hear my comments to him? Would you like to hear what I wrote to him? Is that a yes? I'll read my comments to him. So this was under a different, not under my ultimate. Let me just. I gotta make the thing smaller. So did I overstate what they said? Here we go. You ready for my comment to him? There was 11 replies to what I said. So I can put this up. It's up on the line too. Wow, cool. Now see how accurate. See if I was accurate with this. Tell me if I said anything wrong. LOL. I'll put 10,000 in escrow account and take that bet. There is almost a 0% chance that you are correct about Caitlin Clark. First of all, she's very likable. Second, she's getting tons of endorsements because she is very marketable. Third, everyone except delusional haters think she is mesmerizing to watch and a once-in-a-generation talent. Fourth, she has been the most popular athlete in the country for over a year, which is the first time in over 150 years of U.S. sports that a woman has been the most popular athlete for more than a couple of weeks, like a gold medalist in the Olympics. Her fans will follow her to the WNBA, and she will get huge ratings when she makes her first WNBA finals, which is hopefully going to happen this year. And I didn't say that in the thing, and she will explode again once she wins some MVPs and championships in the WNBA. The Big Two and the Olympics will keep her in the public eye for the casual fan. Well, I don't know, maybe by the Big Two. The Big Two? I don't know what I meant by that. Maybe it's the Big Three I meant. Now she has been whining too much. Now, she has been whining too much all year, which makes her less likable about getting foul calls. But she stopped doing this, I suspect, thanks to her parents, after the first NCAA tournament game. And for the last 3 games, she has been much better. And she showboated last year. Sorry, I don't think this was well thought out, and that's why it will be an unpopular opinion. This take will not age well. Shaking my head. Yeah, I think I meant the Big Three. Anyways, so there was 11 replies to that. And I'll have to edit that. Let me edit it right now. I guess I meant the Big Three. Is that what it's called, the Big Three? Right, okay. All right. You ready for the comments now? Make them bigger. Ultimately, she's not going to make a difference in the WNBA. She'll be a novelty for a season, then everyone will go back to not watching. Of course, we can't prove that one's wrong because the second season hasn't started, but you know what's going to happen, right? This isn't any shot at her. The country just doesn't watch women's basketball like the other than March Madness, which is once 1 month out of the year. And the guy that was a host of the show said, Shaq is likable. That was his response to me. So I said, absolutely not true. She will make a difference in WNBA, just not a big one because one person can't do it long term. But the ratings and the attendance for her games will go up significantly for her entire career, barring a major injury. Now, have I said anything wrong yet? Is anything I said was wrong? But I was so sure of this, it didn't even matter. Okay, if you say so, you'll see. LOL. Okay. I said, Shaq is somewhat likable. He thinks that he's funnier than he actually is. Besides, the fallacy in your thinking is it doesn't matter whether you find her likable. What matters is that the vast majority of the public does. That's marketing 101. And she's only 22. Her personality will grow. Michael Jordan had little personality when he entered the NBA. You're understanding the main, you are underestimating the main appeal of Caitlin Clark for adults. Like kids like the logo threes, but someone somehow magically put Jordan's ultra-competitive clutch killer instinct brain inside of her. That's why she will have a long-term appeal, assuming no major injuries and lots of success in the WNBA. The latter is extremely likely. Think about these things and the fact that for the first time in history in American sports, a woman is the most popular in the country. And let me know if perhaps you would like to backtrack at least a little on your take. If not, I'll be back in 5 years to collect my $10,000. And one guy goes, okay, I'll check back with you in 10 years. And the other guy says, because the last 20 years went so well, you'll see. I don't know what that means. Major shoe brands are competing to pay her likely $3 to $5 million for a signature shoe deal. So someone's backing me up. Anyways, the other ones are mine. Let me just see. So, what do you think? I've been right about Caitlin since day one, since I saw her as a freshman. I said, this is the most exciting women basketball player ever as a freshman. I didn't know she was going to be the best player ever. I think so now. And I've been right about her all along. I have never overstated it. I didn't say she was going to win MVP this year. I didn't say she was going to average 25 points and 15 rebounds or anything. I said 20, 10, and 6. I said she'd be first-time All-Pro, but she wouldn't win the MVP. I got it 100. I said the Fever would make the playoffs, and that's it. Well, let's wait till after she makes the finals and see what the ratings are. Because he said a couple years from now he's going to blame into it. But the first guy was already wrong on the left. The other guy was talking about a year or two from now, another year or so. So, but you can go back and look at my early videos with Rob, and I think we did our predictions on him twice. Rob predicted 8 rebounds. I don't know why I thought 8, but I predicted 6. And I was almost spot on the numbers. I was spot on what she was going to get voted. A spot on the Fever making the playoffs, but not doing anything in the playoffs. Didn't overstate her at all. So that tells me at least I'm objective in the sense that I'm not like going crazy with the overranking of her. Yeah. Again, I don't know if she's going to get as many MVPs and championships I'm predicting now. I'm afraid that Juju comes in and she's going to get all the votes and all the whistles, and that's going to hurt her chances. But we all know who's going to be the better player when we watch. Let's put it that way. As long as I thought she should be the MVP, that's going to be close enough for me because I don't overrate her. I thought she was 4th in the league last year, and that's what she got. Right. You haven't seen what videos where she was being called over and she shut them up. Which one was that? That was awesome. 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 That was awesome He did read my comments, and all he said was Shaq is likable. That was his only response. Well, I did. I already did. I corrected it to Big 2. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just showing you. Should I make a video of this, guys? Would this be a good video? Or do I have to wait till after Clayton Clark makes the finals or part of my argument? Well, I already edited. It doesn't mean that I didn't what I put in, but you guys saw it before I edited it, so it doesn't matter. So this is on tape already when I edit it. I haven't looked at this comment since I did it, so I got proof that that's all. The only thing I edited was the 3 and the 2. So, anyways, I at the time it was hilarious. It was 11 months ago, so it was like right before the season started. It was. I guess it would have been like April 1st around. Let me see. Let me see if it has a date on the video. I don't think it's just going to say 11 months ago, right? I don't know how popular these guys are because they work for Fox Sports Radio and they don't have 223,000 subscribers. Fox does. But they only had, they got 4,000 views. So that wasn't a huge amount of views. Other people said, she's not likable, marketable. This has to be clickbait. Someone else said, they're the best sports host around. They just said an idiotic thing for 10 minutes, and you're saying they're the best sports guys around. This has to be clickbait. She's in the State Farm commercials. She's so unlikable and marketable that Nike gave her $28 million for her shoe. 4 months ago. This has aged very poorly and is the worst sports take of the year. Steve Casino, she's just not marketable. Sports Pro. Clarkland is the 4th most marketable athlete in the world. Oops. What could be more wrong? Rich Davis, you don't think she'll just fade into a little obscurity with the Indiana Fever? You think you'll be going to sell at arenas in Indiana? You think those ratings? You think the WNBA, who's never had 1 million people watch a game, all of a sudden Caitlin Clark brings that on? Whoops. The Fever sold out 20 of 16 home games in 2004. None in 2020. Average attendance went from 4,000 to 17,000. And the Fever went over 1 million viewers in 23 games. Whoops. Oh. No, I just think they're stupid. I don't think they just couldn't feel Caitlin Clark. I don't know. It was so obvious to me what was going to happen. None of this was a surprise. Anyways, I'm gonna at 8:30 I gotta go. I've been on the air for too long. But thank you. I need to let me see how many likes I got for my original comment. I got no likes whatsoever, it looks like. Wait a minute. It doesn't show likes. I got 0 likes for my comment. Zero likes. Even though it's 100% right. Yeah, Rob's going to be on crossover on the 24th because he asked off for that Monday because he's going somewhere on the 25th. And he'll be on next Thursday, I guess. A week from Thursday, he has off. Let me look up their show right now and see if they're getting many views right now. Because they were getting this one got not a lot of views really. For working for Fox, they get 4K. Let me just see. What are their names? Corvino and something. Covino and Rich. Let me just look them up. Let me just see how many. Let me see if they've spoken about Caitlin Clark since then. No. Okay, so their last video got 93 views. Oops, really? They have 17,000 subscribers, and they've been on since, let's see, since 2008. They've built up to 17,000 subscribers since 2008. And the latest videos got 93 views, 108 views, 305 views, 268 views. They're on Fox Sports Radio, and they get under 1,000 views. They get under 200 views. Oh my God. I can't believe how a few views they have. They must not be on Fox Radio anymore. My God. This is hilarious. Are they not on? They're not on Fox Radio anymore, I guess. It's probably because they sucked. Oh my God. I can't believe how few views they had. That they're on Fox Radio. I thought the Fox Radio would promote them. Has Tillery touched base? No, his sister called me the next day, though. She said that Caitlin Clark fans are a cult, she said. But some of them are. Anyways, I gotta go. I got some things. Do you guys like to have Simply Ball, whatever his name is, what's his name? No, that's not. Simply ball dropping. You guys want simply ball dropping on? I was friends with his sister first. I met his sister, and then I met him through his sister. Yeah, I met him through his sister. Right. I've known her sister for like 30 years. She called in my live show before. She was a Yankee fan, Yankee Doodle Dandy. And she was the one that people liked her voice. She called in the show once on one of my first live shows. But she doesn't like basketball. She doesn't like women's sports. She I don't know. So she doesn't see why Caitlin Clark is such a great thing. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll see you later. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. All right. 6 o'clock. Well, 5:55. All right. Take care. Oh, who's on my All-American first team? I guess we'll cover that tomorrow. I'm not sure who my fifth one is. I guess Paige is my fifth one. Lauren Betts, Paige, Tanaya Lotson. I was going to name mixed. Lotson, Juju Watkins, and what's her face? And and Hannah Hidalgo. Those are my five. I would put Paige on there reluctantly. And I would put Lauren. After today, I'll put Lauren, keep Lauren Betts on there. All right. See you later.